start game. So let's watch the intro first and learn something. Subtitles are on. Let's go.
My name is Jenks, Detective Inspector Frederick Jenks, and I've been assigned to a last-minute investigation into the death of Kate Vine, a PhD student found drowned at midnight last Friday in a lake in the woods on the outskirts of the tiny village of Edenton. I have until first thing tomorrow morning to decide whether her death was a simple accident or whether this was murder. Kate Vine appeared to the world to be a bright, confident, fun-loving
Actually,
PhD
she's a
student
drawing.
with everything to live for. However,
Open and shut
the history
case.
of depression and alcoholism revealed in her medical records suggests that in reality, she had become adept at hiding behind a mask. A lab report indicating a high level of alcohol in her blood, along with the late hour of her death and a lack of witnesses, makes a strong case that this was suicide. But the verdict overlooked some curious details. Why was her driving license found on the opposite side of the lake in which she drowned?
And who is
Also,
filming
there
this?
were traces of morphine in Kate's system. Where did she get it? Kate was known to be a free spirit with a nihilistic love of danger, which may, in part, have something to do with a business course called Atlas, which Kate had joined and which she had been attending on the night of her death. Based in a large, stately home on the outskirts of the village, the exclusive Atlas is run by father and son team, Paul and Ryan Rand.
Excuse
Both
me?
were interviewed following Kate's death, but neither claimed to have seen Kate
Hello,
after
fellow
the meeting,
content
and
creator.
both were understandably eager to distance themselves and Atlas from the tragedy. This isn't the first time that Atlas has been investigated. Atlas and their questionable methods, which many have suggested border on mind control. Ryan is married to Rebecca, landlady of Edenton's village pub, the George and Dragon. As yet, she hasn't been interviewed, though it's likely Kate visited the pub on more than one occasion. One of Kate's friends was Emma Bowman, who lives at Eden Lodge on the road leading out of Edenton village. Emma was also doing a PhD at the same university, but didn't attend.
Excuse me, I
Atlas.
was told there would be
Indeed,
no
after
math.
Kate's death, Emma seemed shocked and upset, insisting she hadn't seen Kate that night. However, it turned out her boyfriend had. Simon Thompson met Emma at university. After completing his degree around 18 months ago,
Stole
he went
Christina
to work at a
Ricci's
shop in the neighboring
forehead.
village. He started at the Atlas course a few months ago. Simon insisted that he didn't see Kate after the meeting, but the sergeant interviewing him noted he seemed oddly unmoved by her death, which makes him the first person I want to see tonight. It's time for some answers.
Alright, so did you get all that? Kate, PhD student, alcohol and morphine in her blood. Pretty normal if you're a World War I era veteran. So I think that's pretty much business as usual. They live in the town of Edenton. They live in Eden Lodge. They go to the Eden and Eden pub. When they're there, they do some drinking and some Eden. So I think I pretty much got all the clues necessary here. Resume game. Oh, Rebecca's pub. Game loaded. It's gone 5 p.m. Touch bra save. Absolutely. Don't forget to use the map and the tips. That's a great piece of advice. This would be the map. Now, I thought they said talk to Simon first, who is at Eden Lodge. So let's start there. Dude, this is like Mad Dog McCree. Knock for Simon. I'm ready.
Is it Simon?
Yeah.
Detective Inspector Jenks. I'm investigating an incident in the village. Could I come in and ask you a few questions, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alright, just making sure there's no cops outside.
We can just go through here if you want. Emma's working in the front room.
Hi.
This is Inspector James.
Jenks.
What's all this about?
There was a death in the village. Kate Vine, I believe you both knew her.
Yeah. Do you need to speak to both of us?
Has anyone ever pointed out that Jenks looks
Okay.
exactly like Sleep
Just
Cycles?
come through. Is it okay in here?
Oh, this will be fine, yeah.
Do you want anything? Water?
No, I won't be long.
Okay.
here we go. This is the kind of interface I make for school projects, so I'm very familiar with it. Kate's driving license was found on the bank of the lake near Kate's body with a piece of tape attached. Ask about this item? Yeah, hell yeah. Hello. Yo, thank you.
I'll take your old teacup. Yo, it's mine.
Yeah, it's Kate's driver's license.
Why are you showing my private information?
The real Kate brought me a tea. She's alive. Kate, there's a Ryan in this game too. But he seems like a bad guy. Although ambitious. Alright. Ask about this item. Yeah.
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No. No, I don't think so. Never seen it before.
Doesn't know anything about the license. How about we'll ask about this
When was
bizarrely
the last time
lifelike
you
drawing?
saw Kate Vine?
So last Friday's meeting, I think.
Did you see her after the meeting?
No.
How long have you known Kate?
That would be when we started Atlas.
I can't tell if this guy is
Did you socialize
22
outside Atlas?
or 82 years
Can you
old.
describe her? What sort of person was she?
Well, she's talented. She was full of life, you know?
Ironic.
Sharp, quite sharp.
Would you say she had any emotional problems?
Her mood could change. And, well, there was the drinking problem.
When did you become aware of that?
Well, she would come drunk to meetings sometimes. She would reek of the stuff. I mean, everyone knew, but nobody really said anything.
So, tell me a bit about Atlas.
It was just a business management training program for postgrads.
Not just that old rigmarole. A business management training program with an M and an E for postgrads.
Yeah, well, my group isn't doing it this Friday, but one of the groups is.
Okay, thanks.
Alright. Okay, here's where we start to ask some questions. Kate often seemed drunk at Atlas. Let's ask. It's not asking about it. Okay, that's fine. Simon didn't socialize with Kate outside Atlas. So we have to, like, make these disagree, and then we'll open a new line of questioning? Is that what happens? Make a contradiction. Okay. Well, he's only known Kate for 3 months, but she often seemed drunk? I mean, come on, man. You know you can't establish a pattern without at least 6 months of observation. Okay. You last saw her on the meeting on Friday, but she often seemed drunk. What? Okay. Hold on. Driving license. Doesn't know anything about the license. But simultaneously, stop, please. You need more evidence? I don't know, man. Need more clues. All right, we're going to visit Emma.
Probably be back later.
Don't worry, it's only a few questions.
Yeah.
Yo, it's like discount Matt Smith and then discount Rachel Weisz. This game's got everything.
When was the last time you saw Kate Vine?
It was last Thursday in the college library. I saw her and we chatted for a bit. She seemed her usual self.
Drunk?
What was her usual self?
Oh, just Kate being Kate. You know, a bit wild.
Wild? What way wild?
Oh, she just used to question everything, you know. How arguments with the lecturers, things like that.
What else?
Kate had a drink problem.
How noticeable was that?
Well, it wasn't at first, but as the year went on, she'd be drunk in the afternoon.
Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
But I think she cut down, you know, towards the end of college and when she started her PhD.
Tomo, you spooked me. Okay. How can you say that they appeared their usual self if you didn't see them that often? Okay, let's...
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or not?
I don't know, but I don't think so.
Okay.
You know what? As of right now, I think I have no information that can help
That's
me.
all for the moment. Thank you. Best to knock on the window for Emma. Simon always answers the front door.
Oh, yeah. Knock on the window for Emma. Oh, okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
I thought maybe she would be like, well, now that Simon's not here, I can tell you he killed her. Open and shut case. Okay, let's go back to North Road. Start investigating the, go to the left along the village center. Go over to the pub. Go ahead to the pub. I'm just gonna go to the pub is the thing. It's Friday after 5 p.m. What kind of pub? This is like peak hours. This is like Monday, 2:59 p.m. and you gotta knock on the door of twitch.tv/Northernlion. Open up, please. I would like to ask you some questions. Here's a question for you. What kind of bar is closed Friday evenings? Okay. We'll go down West Street. Talk to the Rands. I gotta say, so far I'm not doing a great job as a police officer. Let's investigate where the body was found, perhaps? Let's go left into the woods. Near Rosenbaum Lake. Go down to the jetty. Oh, here we go. Is it a hidden object game?
Looks like a piece of jewellery there. Stuck between the boards. Well and truly wedged in.
It's a point-and-click adventure. I see. What about these guys? Somebody should be asking them questions. Go catch a honker. Yeah, keep going into the woods. Why not? In Woodland! Here, just remember, I'm going to write that down in my notebook. I'm going to write down, go back and get that thing out of the dock once we get a sharp object. Nick, don't say that's the dogging spot. Like, I don't know what dogging is. I have many, many English viewers who have illuminated for me. Dogging is when you have sexual intercourse in a Range Rover in the woods.
Have to come back later, I think.
It's all freaking locked, buddy. Back to the map. I don't know, man. We might have to take a snooze. Check out Abbey Farm real quick. Nope. Call the chief. Now we're talking. Oh, this is asking for hints. I see. Well, he's not opening anyway. It's Friday. He's down at the pub. Somehow. I'll wait.
We solved the cat litter. That's not okay.
All the cat litter's gone.
Yeah, so now they have to poop on their feet.
Yet another mystery to be solved. Okay. Alright. People said you missed something back at the house. You missed a clue. You missed a clue at Eden Lodge. Let's go check it out. Go back. Start with
A few more
Simon.
questions, if you don't mind.
Okay. Doesn't know anything about the license. It's the magnifying glass. Hole
Okay,
up.
that's it for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry to bother you. You're right, the magnifying glass. Don't be a fool. You claim to be a cyclist and yet you own a bike from
Trusting
Walmart.
with your bike unlocked. Looks like homebrew equipment. Ah, this might come in handy.
Yeah. And then we steal his bike saddle. What the heck was that? Box of old bottles. Click to try using this. There's no use for a screwdriver here. Alright. We're gonna map it to the dock. We're gonna grab this thing out. You boys got it 100%.
Interesting.
Little
I thought forensics had checked the whole area. Obviously not very well.
little sparrow trinket. Dead bird. Broken pendant. Sparrow? Dude, I don't know birds, okay? This looks like the sigil for, like, King Ivar the Boneless. Try using this here. So we gotta go ask him about the bottles. Presumably is the only case here. I mean, between two people, for a week of recycling, they had 8 empty bottles, so we can't trust the word that they're saying.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, what's up with the box of old bottles, Emma?
What's the stack of bottles outside?
Oh, that's all Simon's stuff. You better ask him. I don't know.
You don't know what a bottle is?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
It's a container that holds a liquid and also shapes it to the shape of the container.
I noticed a lot of bottles outside. Are they yours?
Yeah, I make homebrew.
For yourself?
Well, no, I give it out to my friends and stuff. I tried selling it at first, but I didn't have any takers.
It's also
except for
highly
James over
illegal.
at Farmhouse. I used to trade it to him for herbs and stuff.
Do you see James a lot?
No, not really.
Alright. Simon Thompson's homebrew. What about this broken
Recognize
pendant?
this at all?
Does remind me of something.
Yeah, like perhaps a winged creature?
I've seen it somewhere, but no, I don't know.
I think I may have seen it up in the sky or perhaps perched on a power line. And what is this thing? Okay, let's
Thank
visit
you.
Emma,
Probably
ask her
be
about the
back later.
pendant.
Ever seen this?
Yo, I know homebrew
Looks
isn't
like,
illegal, but it's probably illegal to sell.
That's my old necklace. I gave this to Kate.
So Kate might have been wearing it last Friday.
Yeah, well, perhaps, but I can't see why. She was always buying new things, you know, lots of jewelry, stuff like that.
Classic student move.
It's meant to be a bird in cage, but the cage's fallen off. I'll show you.
Where did you buy it?
I didn't. Someone
Etsy.
did present.
Secret admirer.
Not so secret.
See.
That's how it should have looked. It's called a freedom necklace.
Do you mind if I keep this?
No, not at all.
So the necklace did belong to Kate. Interesting. I'm starting to wish I'd brought a spare evidence bag.
But why? Okay, so there's a broken pendant. Kate bought lots of new jewelry, but on the other hand, there's a screwdriver. What? Wait, anyway, hold on.
Have you ever tried Simon's homebrew?
Me? No. I don't like beer. I only drink wine. I can't stand spirits either.
Alright. I mean, she doesn't like beer. Sorry, the bottles belong to Simon. Wait, that checks out perfectly. Okay.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Wait. I've got more evidence to ask for. Unlocked bicycle. Basically, I'm just slowly breaking these people down by leaving, and they breathe a deep sigh of relief, and then I come back, and I'm like, guess what?
Whose is the bike outside?
Oh, it's Simon's cousin's. He uses it to get to work.
You know the lock's broken.
Oh, I know. I keep telling him to fix it.
It's okay. There's no crime in England.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Whose is the bike outside?
Oh, that's my cousin's. He lent me it. I need to buy a new lock for it, though.
So it's your bike at the moment?
Yeah. There's no bus service to speak of around here, so it's really the only way to get around.
I mean, the whole town is about 3 blocks, so, you know, like, no complaints, but... See you later. We're gonna go see James at the farm and kind of what kind of herbs he's been trading for that delicious, unsellable homebrew. Never mind. Yeah, go down behind Brandon House. Nice satchel, Jenks. Oh, you're right. I forgot to ask about the Freedom Necklace. Okay, one sec. We're going back. You need to go get another evidence bag or you're going to start losing items. Guess what, bitch? I'm back.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
You know what this is?
He said, please,
Yeah,
let me
I
go.
like it. Actually, you know what? Kate
I'll
had one.
confess to anything.
I remember because I asked her about it one night when we were all out drinking in college. I was probably pretty drunk.
That's what college is all about.
Jenks, that's a bad example to be setting. But how did he know that she wore the necklace at college when he'd only known her for 3 months?
Aha.
I solved
So
one?
how did you know Kate was wearing a freedom necklace 18 months ago? At college?
Well, I knew Kate at college, but I didn't get to know her till we started Atlas.
Right. So you didn't socialise with her at college?
No.
And you didn't socialise with her outside of Atlas?
No.
You didn't see her outside Atlas at all?
No, not at all.
So Simon did know Kate at college, but why would he lie about that? Maybe he knows Kate better than he's willing to admit. 6 o'clock. I wonder if Rebecca's working in the pub tonight.
Let's just arrest him. Okay. How do I get another evidence bag? Also, is this a little too loud? It feels a little too loud. Nah, it's fine. Louder? What did you say? You don't need one? Okay, well that's fine too. Dude, I'm turning it down just a little. Now that we bodied this fool. That was a joke? You didn't use the sarcasm tag, so how am I supposed to know? Ah, the pub opens at 6. Of course. Press the bell.
Sorry, what can I get you?
Detective Inspector Jenks. Rebecca, is it?
Yeah.
There's been an incident in the village. I'm conducting an investigation. Could I ask you a few questions, please?
Right. Come through.
Thank you.
Yo, stop leaning on the tap. You're making me anxious.
What's it about?
There's been an unexplained death locally. Not sure if you've heard.
The student?
Yes.
Yes, it was dreadful news.
You're married to Ryan, one of the Atlas leaders,
Excuse
yes?
me?
I suppose I am, yes.
Well, I just wanted to ask a few questions about Kate and Atlas, if that's okay.
I don't know if I'll be able to answer any of them, but sure.
This is like B-movie Giselle Bundchen. Oh my god. She's gonna be asked about 40 questions. Like, for example, okay. This box of
Did
old
you know
bottles.
Kate?
Not very well. She came in a few times, but she was quite a moody person. You could tell she had problems.
When was the last time you saw her?
Friday. She popped in for a minute.
6 or 7 pints.
7-ish.
Was she on her own?
I didn't see who she was with. She put £20 on the bar and then left.
What was that for?
A breakage, presumably.
£20? Just for a beer glass?
Well, she was very drunk. She just put it on the bar and then walked out.
Was there a broken glass?
Not that I noticed. But she was a strange girl.
Alright. Seems very generous. Nothing wrong with that. Rebecca, what can you tell me about this screwdriver I stole? Sorry, I just get outed you guys with it. Teaspoon right there. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't know she was with $20 for a breakage. I mean, that doesn't seem that bizarre yet.
Have you seen this before?
Oh, she's seen it.
No, sorry.
That's a classic
So you didn't know if Kate
cough
had
of
lost it?
recognizance.
No idea.
Hasn't seen the license before. Unlocked bicycle. Screwdriver I stole. Simon's homebrew. Broken pendant. Simon's homebrew again.
Know anything about Simon Thompson's homebrew?
Does he make homebrew?
Apparently.
No, we do buy from a microbrewery, but we don't usually buy from kitchen breweries.
Okay, she didn't know Simon made homebrew, but simultaneously the town has 6 people in it, so that seems unlikely.
Do you recognize this?
I've seen students wearing them. Has some sort of meaning, doesn't it? I forget what it is now.
Seen anyone wearing one recently?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Hasn't seen anyone wearing one recently, but you saw Kate in the pub last Friday, and we knew she was wearing it then. Okay. I mean, I'm expecting you to remember the jewelry of everybody who works here. How about this, okay? You've never seen the license before, but you last saw Kate in the pub. Didn't you ID her? That would be responsible. Okay. You haven't seen anybody wearing one recently, but you haven't seen the license? Okay, fair enough. Excellent.
That's it for the time being.
You're good
Thank
to go. Well, just a classic looking restaurant. Apparently the lavatory doubles as a coat room. I guess we'll be leaving then. Yeah, investigate down behind the pub, where they keep all the skeletons they don't want you to see.
A broken window. Recently smashed by the look of it. Might have
Yo,
to ask
that's...
about that.
Kate clearly broke the window. $20. 20 pounds, sorry. Yeah, enter the outbuilding? Pardon me? Broken pub window. Yeah. Hold on, though. Use the screwdriver. There's no use. Okay. Use the Freedom Necklace card. Use the broken pendant. I'll enter the outbuilding. We need a skeleton key. Now we'll go back to the pub, because we know that there's a broken window. Ring-a-ding-ding, I'm back, bitch.
Ask you a couple more things, please. How did the window get broken out round the back?
I don't actually know. Someone said 2 girls were arguing outside. I found out after they'd gone.
And when was this?
Last Friday, just after we opened, about 6:30. I taped over it until I can get it fixed. We don't want people getting cut and suing us.
Does that sort of thing happen a lot? Arguments?
No, not really. I'm quite strict when it comes to borrowing clients I don't think are, suitable.
So, you're lucky I'm the detective. So it's like there was a window broken, and then Kate left $20 for a breakage. Like, are you out of your mind? You don't think these could be related? I mean, this is one where I think the game is messing with me a little bit. It's not a contradiction. I'm just saying I want to illuminate for her. Pretty sure Kate broke the window and left her 20 pounds, which is not nearly enough to replace a broken window. But still, heard an argument. And then, simultaneously, I mean, last saw Kate in the pub. Okay. Gave $20 for a breakage. Heard an argument. Keep thinking. What would you leave for a broken window? I don't know, probably like $150. Another window? That's fair. Ah, now we're talking. She's strict about barring clients, but at the same time, you let Kate in even though she was very drunk. Well, I mean, I would have thought. That's just more money for the register. Oh, Kate, thanks for the gift subs. Think about the ID. Okay. Hasn't seen the license before, but simultaneously taped over the broken window to make it safer. Nah.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Let's go bother Simon a little bit more. I'm gonna be like, hey Simon. Wait, no. We only know one other woman in this entire game, and it's Emma. Emma was probably arguing with Kate. Boom. Knock, knock, I'm back.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
The long arm of the law never sleeps.
Know anything about a broken window at the pub round the back?
The pub, a broken window at the back. Yeah, I saw it was broken.
When was that?
I was in the pub on Monday with a college friend.
Oh, it must be nice to be young.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
That we know it's a lie, because it was only broken on Friday. But it's also still Friday. But it's 1 week later. So actually, it might be okay, timeline-wise. I don't know.
Do you know anything about a broken window at the pub?
No, I don't really go to the pub very often. I'm not exactly a pub person.
Claims he hardly ever visits the pub, but makes his own homebrew. It's still Friday, but 1 week later.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Yeah, Buddy has a screwdriver. Exactly. Okay, so I like where you're going with this, chat. She visited the pub on Monday night, despite the fact that she doesn't like beer. She only drinks wine and hates spirits, and yet she was at the pub? A likely story. I'm just saying, chat, if you believe that, I got a bridge I can sell you.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Oh, knock knock, Simon. Open up
Ask
the
about a
door,
few
it's
more
real.
things, please.
You're right. How can this guy not like the pub if he visited the pub with Kate? Hold on. In college. What? That was Emma? God
Thank you.
damn it.
Probably be back later.
I'm just saying, these guys are giving me nothing. Kate was argumentative at college. And then there was an argument.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
No kidding. I'm phoning my friend, who is also my boss. Give me some tips. Whatever, I need the resin. Oh.
Yes.
Chief Jenks again. I've been speaking to Rebecca Rand. She saw Kate in the pub last Friday, around 7, I think. So she came in drunk, gave us some money for a breakage or something, then left.
What, she just came in and then went straight out again? What did she break?
I don't know, Rebecca didn't know either, or so she said.
Doesn't sound right, does it? I mean, that money must have been for something. Quiz Rebecca, make a few suggestions, see if she bites. Simple as. Go on.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
I like how the subtitle didn't have the Britishisms. Simple as, go on. Yes, I understand. Thanks, Chief. We're going back to the pub. And then we're going to talk to Rebecca and be like, what the heck, Rebecca? I can't believe you would drown Kate over 20 pounds in a broken window. I got this whole thing figured out. Okay. Here's the thing. There was 20 pounds. What's up with that? And then the broken pub window. Give her some leads. Give her some leads. She doesn't know who broke the window. Or does she?
So, you said Kate gave you £20 for a breakage, but you didn't have a breakage.
That's right.
Do you think the payment could have been for the broken window? Could it have been Kate who was arguing?
Well, I suppose it could have been, yeah. Could have been Kate, you're probably right, yeah.
Cover boys.
Who she was arguing with.
She didn't know Kate was having an argument. You're getting the chair.
Not realizing Kate had broken the window. Rebecca really should have worked that out before now. Unless she did.
Oh.
Why would she lie about that?
Valid. Okay. Kate's argument. Rebecca told Jenks about the argument in the pub last Friday. We do know that Kate was argumentative. Time to go talk to Simon. Yet again. Very drunk. Broken pub window. Kate broke the window during an argument. Okay. And yet, the window was broken.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Just checking. Yeah, don't forget the critical detail that Simon also has a screwdriver. Dude, Jenks must be in amazing shape. Just walking constantly back and forth here.
A few more questions, please.
Know anything about an argument at the pub last Friday?
No, I didn't go to the pub last Friday.
What did you do after the course?
Just went home. Came here. Just came straight back.
Oh. Okay. That's a very valuable piece of information. Because how could you come home after Atlas last Friday and yet simultaneously own a screwdriver? Doesn't make any fucking sense.
If that's okay. Did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
No, I wasn't there.
You weren't in the village?
No, I went home last Thursday night, actually, to see my parents.
But you do visit the pub.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I know Rebecca quite well. We all went there quite a bit after college.
Okay. Well, how did she go to see her parents on Thursday night if she visited the pub on Monday night? Unless there's some kind of cyclical calendar system here, where not every Monday is the same. She knows Rebecca quite well. And yet, she doesn't like beer. There's just a lot of clues already, okay? I'm trying to sort through them in my brain, but things, they took off real quick. So what did we learn? Kate broke the window. There was an argument. We got a little bit more information from this point onwards. And yet there's a screwdriver. Very true. How did she get home if it isn't her bike? That's true.
Thank you.
There's no bus service to speak of in this neighborhood. Surprise, bitch. Just kidding. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Let's go for some walks. Maybe we'll go to Atlas real quick. Oh, new area. We get it, you vape.
Who is it? I'm a police officer. Detective Inspector Jenks. It's alright, you can carry on if you want to. We'll just go in. I'm investigating a death in the village, Kate Vine. There was a death recently
Hello,
in the...
I knew her.
Well, could I ask you a few questions, please?
Classic box
Well, if you
hookah.
give me your name and address, I'll come later on. Where do you live?
House.
And what's
House
your name?
number 3. Alright, well, now we know. We'll beat him there. Excuse me? Oh, we gotta wait for another hour
According
to advance.
to the map, Abbey Farm is across the road there.
Or not. Let's start by going up the steps. Which is definitely not illegal. In the UK, you don't need a warrant. You just need a hat. Well.
Picture frames with black painted glass. Very interesting.
And yet, Simon owns a screwdriver. I really should enable Thonk for this stream.
Could I ask you a few more questions, please? Didn't take you long.
Is that Al Pacino as Scarface, but his face is literally made of scars?
Close the doors, Johnny.
Is that what's on his shirt?
Where do you want to sit?
Oh, anywhere's fine. I didn't quite catch your name.
James, sit there.
Thank you, James.
Why are you asking me about Kate Vine?
Routine. You know Simon, don't you? Thompson.
Why, what did he say?
That you all went to college together, you and Kate. Is that right?
Might have done.
Right. Good enough.
English, please. Oh, we got a lot of meaty FMV.
When was the last time you saw Kate Vine?
Can't remember.
How did you know her?
Through Simon. His girlfriend was mates with her. Saw her around college a few times.
Did you
Can I get a
socialise with her
translator,
much?
please?
Nah. She wasn't my type.
Did you know whether Kate had lost this or
Oh, a
not?
bag of garbage?
No idea.
How about the unlocked bicycle at Simon's place?
What do you know about Simon's bike?
What bike?
You haven't seen him on a bike?
I haven't seen him.
When was the last time you saw him?
About a month ago.
And yet, he claimed he tried to sell you some homebrew in exchange for some herbs. Well, well, well.
Have you ever tried Simon's homebrew?
Thompson's tar? Yeah, I've tried it.
Did he sell it?
Well, not to me, not for money anyway. We used to trade stuff.
What did you trade?
I make a nice herbal tea as it happens. Him and his girlfriend were into it.
What was his beer like?
Lethal.
Strong?
Knock your eyes out.
Hello, Tomo. My son? Yes, hello. You're in front of the screen right now, so like I can't really see what's happening. Is that okay? Are you... Well, I know. I've already been informed about the kitty litter situation. Is that what you're here for? Come on. And yet, Simon owns a screwdriver. He's like, that's not it. Tomo! Here you go, buddy. Here you go. Go down, get in the box. You love the box. Okay. More questions. More questions. Simon's Homebrew Freedom Necklace.
Ever seen one of these before? Freedom necklace.
I don't think so.
Well, that was easy enough. Hello again, Tomo. Oh my god, he's very demanding of the pets. What about the broken pub window?
Know anything about a broken window at the pub?
Don't go to the pub.
You've never been to the pub.
That's a little insulting.
Say that. Been to the pub, but not for about 2 months, 3 months.
Know anything about an argument at the pub last Friday?
No.
Honestly, seems pretty fair. And the photo frames.
Now, what's all this stuff in the workshop? Paint and stencils and things like that?
Just a little sideline of mine.
Oh, you do picture framing?
They're black mirrors. Scrying mirrors.
Oh, he's a magic player.
What's a scrying mirror?
Show you one if you want. Scrying goes back centuries. The ancient Persians did it. This country pagans still practice it. The fortune tellers pretend to do it. That's what the crystal ball's all about. It's all scrying. Mirror's just one way of doing it.
But what is scrying?
Well, it's when
Depends
you,
who you are. People do it for different
look at the
reasons.
top card of your deck and you can put
What
it on the
sort of
bottom if you
reasons?
choose to.
Exploring your mind. Clearing your mind. Communicating with the dead.
Is that what you use them for, James? Communicating with the dead?
And they make them for other people these days.
And there's a market for these, is there?
Lots of people want to talk to the dead. Even if they don't believe in it.
Do you make a profit on them?
I don't do it for the money.
How very charitable of you. Can I keep this?
Keep it.
Thank you.
Black mirrors and hookah pipes. I wonder what else James is into.
I'm gonna guess 311. Just use the black mirror and ask Kate who killed her? I don't know, man. It seems like he's a good capitalist. Selling incredibly niche tchotchkes in a town with a population of about 40 people. Tomo, my friend, you can't. You're being a little distracting here. Can you just maybe like, you know, I'll put the box up here if you want to take a sleep. Here you go. There's the box. He's in the box. There we go. And then I pick up the box and I put it up on the desk. And he's good to go. Hello, my friend. Hello, Tomo. Hello. Hello, Tomo. Okay. Well.
That's it for the time being.
I'm going to go ask everybody else about the scrying mirror. And then I'm going to turn my trusty scrying mirror into a drying mirror. Start with these guys. Knock, knock.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Have you seen one of these before?
Is that from James?
Now, what do you know about James?
Well, he's one of 6
He's
people.
creepy. He was selling them last Friday at the market.
He said he never sells them.
Type thing. And I usually go there for lunch.
So you wouldn't buy one of these?
No, I wouldn't. But Kate would.
Was she into this sort of thing?
No, I don't think so. She bought one, and I went round to her flat to try it out. You're meant to see ghosts or spirits or something. It doesn't work.
How do you use it?
You ever hear of a smartphone?
You're just meant to stare into it.
Go over to Kate's place and look at a
Shall I show
black
you?
mirror.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you just stare like this, and then you see.
See what?
Sorry. Look, you're meant to see a ghost or something. Look, it doesn't work. Didn't work, so.
All right. Says the mirror doesn't work, but she knows how to freaking use it. Doesn't make any sense.
Thank
Visit
you.
Simon.
Probably be back later.
That's right. She said she didn't like spirits, and yet she knows how to use the black mirror. I don't know about that one.
Ever seen one of these?
Yeah, that's one of James's. He's into like New Age stuff, mysticism, magic spells, that sort of thing. He's nuts, though. I mean, he thinks the government are tracking him or something.
Why would he think that?
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Little did they know, Mark Zuckerberg. Well, we will visit the pub
that's all
next.
for the moment. Thank you.
Thinks the government's tracking him. Emma's timeline is messed up? Nah.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Not even.
Have you seen one of
She's
these?
gonna look into the black mirror. She's
Is it
gonna
meant to
see
be that
Kate's
like
bloated
that?
corpse
I
and
think
confess
so.
to the murder.
No.
Well, that was an extreme waste of my time.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Knock, knock. Yet again. I'm
A
back.
few more questions, if
Happy
you don't
Friday.
mind.
Okay, so the thing is, how if he was selling them last Friday, but you were at your parents' house on Thursday night? Well.
So, you went home to see your parents on Thursday night, that right?
Yes.
But you said you saw James at the market on Friday.
No, I went to see my parents on
Take her
Friday
away.
night.
What time did you go on Friday?
8 or 9.
And you didn't see Kate at all on Friday?
No.
You're not a very good liar, Emma.
Ooh.
Okay. I
Didn't
saw
even
Kate
need that one.
Where?
At the pub. we were
I
arguing.
knew it!
Go on. What were you arguing about?
How I killed her.
I'd lent her £50 because she was desperate, and we were just arguing. It didn't really bother me. She just didn't have it.
And Kate broke the window.
Yes. She did things like that when she was angry.
Smash things.
Yes.
So it was Emma arguing with Kate. But why didn't she want to admit it? In case it gave her a motive? Or something else?
Alright. Alright.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
See you in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So now, being a good police officer, we go back to the pub and we go, hey, Kate broke your window and that's why she left you 20 pounds. It's not a contradiction.
A couple more questions, if that's okay.
But it might help her out a little bit. Yo, Kate broke... So she didn't have 50, but she dropped 20 on the counter without being asked.
Thank you. Probably
Yes.
be back later.
Well, why do you, it's the classic problem, right? She doesn't have 50 because she keeps breaking windows and giving people 20s. Please, James. I have some questions about your
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
economic approach to these mirrors, because, I mean, it's the sells the mirrors but doesn't make a profit, only makes it so his price for but the broken pub window, though, and Simon's homebrew.
That's all for the moment.
See you
Thank
later, buddy. What if we use the scrying mirror at some various places? Like, for example, we met James here, right? And then we just... Oh, there's no use for the black mirror here. Okay. There's no use for the black mirror here. Shouldn't mess with powers beyond your comprehension. Yeah, I know. I watched Hereditary last night, so I'm like, it's a great game to be playing right after seeing Hereditary. How was it? It was very interesting. Terrifying. It was a great movie. Not a garbage movie. Egg fuck. It's not bad. That's a hot take that doesn't make any sense. Continue to path end. No. Scry, please. There's no use for the black mirror. But what about the screwdriver? It's okay. Fair enough. You're exactly right. Everything is either amazing or garbage with chat. Oh, but the cinema score was only a C-. No, it's not on Netflix. I paid $7 to watch the HD version on my cable box. Go check Atlas. Okay. I'm willing to do so. I don't need to call the chief, because I'll just call chat instead. Ooh, we can actually go in now. Oh, hello. Now, we know that we're going to learn something about Simon not going home straight after Atlas. 100%.
Ryan was interviewed in the lounge, according to the report.
It's true.
It must be his office.
Okay. Ooh. Scry. Well, Apart from that, I guess I'll be leaving the room then. I do like how the door says shut on it. I guess I'll be leaving Atlas then. And we'll be going to talk to Simon again. Or James. Or Simon. Or James. I'm back.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
How did you see James last Friday when you haven't seen James in a month? With the mirror? That's a great answer. That's Emma?
Be back later on, if that's okay.
I already busted her wide open. Like, she's gonna sing like a friggin' canary. Not like that, chat. You know what?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Take me out of here. I'm going to the phone box again. I don't care if it's resin. You can just hit redial, man. Nobody else has used it. It's 2018.
Hello, Jenks?
Yeah, Chief, I had a confession.
That's not how you answer the phone.
Turns out
but
she was arguing with
I'll
Kate
let you
last
do
Friday
it.
outside the pub.
I also like to answer the phone by just guessing who's calling me.
What were they arguing about?
Money. Emma said she had
hello.
Kate, but Kate hadn't paid it back.
So Kate had money problems, so she
Chinese tax
paid
scam?
Rebecca back for it. Something doesn't add up there, Jenks.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
No. Call me back when you know some more.
Okay. Speak later, Chief.
Alright, Kate had money problems, so she broke a window and then paid Rebecca back for it? It's either Emma or Rebecca. I'm assuming it's Rebecca.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
But let's try Emma first real quick. It's like, lend money to Kate because she needed it. But then I want to go... Can I, like, keep this over here and then go all the way back to the pub and be like, how did she give you the money?
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
That's true. Wait a minute. Sorry, Emma.
Ask about a few more things, please.
You lent money to Kate because she needed it. Excuse me? Can't click it. Broken pendant. Kate bought lots of new jewelry. You have to re-enter the room?
Thank you. Probably be back later. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
It's alright, just slowly break them down. Yeah, Kate bought lots of new jewelry, but at the same time, she needed money.
Aha. So you lent money to Kate because she was desperate, but she bought loads of jewelry and things. So why were you lending her money?
Well, no, it's because,
It wasn't about money, was it, Emma?
No.
Go on.
Why does she have a microscope?
We were arguing because she was going to blackmail Ryan, the guy from Atlas, over an affair he was having, and then tell his wife if he didn't give her the money.
Sorry, could you slow down,
Ryan's
please?
affair with Kate.
No, I don't know. I think he was having an affair with another student and Kate found out.
And why were you involved?
Because I didn't really agree with it. I didn't agree with what she was doing, even if he did have an affair.
Were you friends with Ryan?
No, I'd never met him.
You just
Checks
thought
out.
Kate was wrong.
Yeah.
Not sure about this. Emma's either on a moral crusade, or there's another reason she was worried about Kate blackmailing Ryan.
I feel like it's when somebody tells you a story that's like 45 minutes long, and by the end of it, you're like, how do you feel about it? And I'm like, I don't remember. For all I know is at first we were talking about a broken window, and now all of a sudden we're conjuring the dead, and Kate's a ghost, and she's sleeping with Ryan, or breaking windows because of some blackmail situation. Okay. Has never met Ryan. Tried to persuade Kate not to blackmail Ryan. Kate wanted to blackmail Ryan over his affair. Simon.
Be back later on if that's
Tell
okay.
me what's going on here. Simon, you're my boy. Your homebrew started this case
Okay, that's it for now.
on the right foot.
Thank you.
I want to go back to Atlas. Perhaps after waiting 0 minutes, Ryan is now there. Nope. I gotta sneeze. I almost muted myself, but then I thought it would deprive you of the sound that I had promised. Alright, here's the thing, Rebecca. You know what the argument was about, because you were the one sleeping with Ryan.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Or maybe not at all. She's his wife? That's why the betrayal stings that much more. 1 second, I'm gonna blow my nose. Yes, I muted that one. No, I have not seen the new Kanye West music video. I'm not 14 or 40 years old. I'm right in the middle.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
I would say definitely be back later. Here's the thing. James, I'm busting this case wide open. You were the one cheating with Ryan.
A few more questions, please.
You don't know about the argument, but simultaneously, your homebrew is very strong. Or Simon's homebrew is very strong. Has he been to the post office? I have not been to the post office. Yeah, right. Simultaneously, Simon owns a screwdriver. Let's go to the post office. I mean, we have been here because we went behind Brandon's house. Absolutely. I don't think we've been here either. Oh, what? Half-mast. Did the queen die? Oh! It all becomes clear.
Always nice to randomly find a key on the floor.
Okay, yeah. A key. Beautiful. And then we have encountered 2 locks. Thought one of the locks was here. The other one was at Atlas, right? There was another one. Of course. Why wouldn't there be?
Wow. Isn't that interesting?
Occults. Behind the inn. Okay, by inn, you mean pub. That's alright. Not everybody's a detective like I am. So we're going to investigate down around behind the pub. Simple as that. Go on. Excuse me. I can no longer enter through the back door. Because the pub's open, I guess. Oh, no, you can just use. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, even better. She asks for the warrant, just pull out the screwdriver and you say, that's my warrant. Ah, yes, the George and Dragon. My favorite pub. I saw the hourglass, or the magnifying glass.
But it's too dark to tell.
Jenks, pull out your phone. Every phone is a torch feature. Don't be ridiculous.
I wonder whose mask this is. Rebecca's or Ryan's?
Well, this arbitrarily is an important piece of evidence. Look, I don't call it a torch, but my phone calls it a torch. So, if we can use the mask, maybe we can use the mask at Atlas. And they'll be like, hey, are you Ryan? I'm just gonna try. I'm always gonna try my own insane strategy first. Yeah. Cardboard mask. There's no use for the cardboard mask here. It's my mistake. There's no use for the cardboard mask here. And then nothing here changes unless time changes, right? So, like, that's always going to be the same. Fair enough. I will go back to the pub, ask Rebecca about the mask, and be like, damn, bitch, you live like this, etc., etc.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Do you know what this is?
Oh, you'll have to ask Ryan about that.
So this is Ryan's.
It's to do with one of Ryan's methods on the course.
Go on.
Well, masks allow you to play it being someone different for a while. Students find it quite liberating.
So this would be for a student?
I think that one's Ryan's, but students do wear them, yes.
It's like inverted VR.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
I like the contrast between, like, him almost getting an important revelation and everybody's really quiet, and then he's like, well, that's all for the moment, thank you.
A few more questions.
See you in 6 seconds.
Ever seen this before?
Nope, I haven't, sorry. I think I'd have remembered it.
Oh, so you haven't seen The Mask
Be
before.
back later on, if that's okay.
And yet, Simon's cousin owns a bicycle.
Have a look at this. Know anything about that?
I haven't seen this one, but it looks a lot like an Atlas mask. We use them for some of the workshops and stuff.
Really?
Well, you have to say something boastful or arrogant. You do it first without the mask, and then you say it with a mask.
And the point is?
Well, it's easier when you have the mask on, isn't it? People are not as afraid to be free about themselves, you know?
What did you find out about Atlas?
Well,
I think it'd be harder with the mask, because you look like a dumb idiot.
This is the advert that was at my college. To be honest, I've learned more in 3 months at Atlas than I did in 3 years at business school.
Extremely red flag. Anytime anyone ever says that,
might be useful as a conversational starter.
I learned more at the pub than I did at college. It sounds like perhaps you should have gone to class.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
What do you know about Atlas?
I know that it's a business course. I went with Simon when he first went, but it wasn't really my thing.
How often did you go?
Just the once.
And you decided it wasn't for you?
Yeah, it was at my
something
parents'
similar,
house.
So I decided it wasn't for me.
Okay, she only went once. Good to know. Maybe... Wait a minute. Has never met Ryan, but went to an Atlas seminar. Something doesn't check out, Emma.
You said you went to an Atlas meeting with Simon.
Yes.
That's
You
interesting
are
because I
terrible.
happen to know that Ryan is the main lecturer at Atlas. But you say you never met him. Why did you say you don't know him?
Okay, I need to tell you something. I just need to make sure Simon doesn't find out.
I won't be telling Simon anything he doesn't have to hear.
And you can't tell Rebecca either.
Go on.
Okay, so the affair that happened was between Ryan and I. I was having the affair.
Adultery is still a crime in northeastern England. I'm afraid
She didn't care about me.
we're gonna have to lock you up.
It was part of the course, you see, having to take all these risks. She thought it was funny to turn her back on Ryan. She thought I wouldn't care.
But you did.
Yes, I was already with Simon when Ryan and I, and I didn't want Simon finding out, and Kate thought that he wouldn't, but I didn't want her risking it. And then if Rebecca found out, then Simon would definitely have found out, and then it would have blown up, and it would have just been a big mess.
And so you just argued and... what?
Well, she just stormed off and broke a window.
And that was it? You didn't see her again that night?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. I promise.
Hey, we've done it. One, it's like a real-time hour.
So, Ryan's a bit of Lothario, is he? I think it's time I met this Ryan Rand face to face.
Want to say, I hate every character in the game so far. It's like, life is not hard enough. You're also like, okay, I'm gonna cheat on my screwdriver-owning homebrew boyfriend who looks like the 8th Doctor Who, with a cult owner who has the same name of the guy who's streaming the game right now, and also my dead friend was trying to blackmail him, but not me, and Rebecca, I don't know, they're all wearing cardboard masks and looking into black mirrors, and it's like, just get a hobby. Learn how to cross-stitch or something. James is cool as far as I'm concerned. I mean, he's not cool, obviously he's a big nerd, but like, he's making stuff with his hands, he's smoking herbal tea out of a hookah he keeps in a cardboard box. It's not the way I want to live my life, but at least he doesn't seem too embroiled with the banal drama of the town so far. He sells black painted glass? Dude, it's immoral to let a sucker keep his money. Fire door, keep shut. Are you crazy?
Yes. Detective Inspector Jenks, I'm...
That's a fire door.
...in the area. Wouldn't mind asking you a few questions, is that alright?
Come in, Inspector.
Thank you.
This guy is a honker, no question. Dude, what a rich office, though.
Drink, Inspector.
I'd better not, eh?
So you wanted to speak to me?
I believe that Kate Vine was a student at Atlas.
Dude, I had that chess set growing up.
Well, yes, she was.
Literally $25 at
All of this
Toys
has
R
been
Us.
thoroughly investigated, Inspector. It was suicide.
Well, we have reason to believe there may be rather more to it than that.
Really? Well, then, in that case, I'd be prepared to assist in any way possible.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Tell me about this.
Ah, it's the first one we ever had made. We had it designed by an agency after we'd spent weeks trying to find a name for this place.
It took you weeks?
Don't be like that, Inspector. I thought it was a rather grand name. Actually, if I'm being honest, I plucked it out of thin air one night in the George while I was having a few gin and tonics. Well, actually, somebody left a book and I stole it.
This guy's a friggin' weirdo. You just admit to stealing the name or stealing a book? First he was a little cagey, but now... Well, of course, Inspector, quite indubitably. I am suspicious indeed. What about this? Oh, this is the mask I wear when I fuck my wife.
About this.
Haven't seen that for a while. We had a friend who used to make them for us for the course. He passed away last year.
What does the symbol mean?
It's borrowed from paganism. It's the symbol of the triple goddess. The mother, maiden, and crone, represented by the waxing and waning of the moon. It's an ancient symbol. It predates Christianity. Some people say that it dates back to Paleolithic times.
And is that relevant to the course?
Well, no. I mean, it's a symbol we dabbled with, but it's not particularly relevant. We don't use it on the course, no.
Yo, so you don't use it on the course, but it's on the mask that you use in the course? Doubtful. Like, I'm almost like, hey, look at that. That's a contradiction as far as I'm concerned, whether they know it or not.
Have you seen one of these before?
I believe that looks like a scrying mirror to me.
You have seen one before?
Well, I used to have one myself, actually, along with lots of other bits and pieces of that nature. Silly things, you know.
Really?
Yes, when I was in my teenage years, I had quite an obsession with that kind of thing. I was a very somber child, and well, not that you could tell, always playing fantasy games, reading books about that kind of malarkey, you know.
What sort of books did you read?
Well, books on black magic, not the chocolates.
I'm going to assume that's an English joke?
Satanic rituals, that kind of thing. I grew out of it, of course.
But you're not into that sort of thing now.
Of course I'm not. I mean, I don't need to believe in the supernatural.
I've discovered the drink.
The natural world is far more interesting. Don't you think so?
Dude, this just never ends.
I believe the last time you saw Kate Vine was at the pub last Friday, then you came straight back with some of the students, is that right?
Yes, I like to have a glass of port or two after a long day, and benefits of being married to the landlady.
How did she seem that night?
The landlady?
Kate.
Oh, Kate. Well, she was her usual self, drunk.
That was usual.
It was for her, yes. I mean, it didn't impair
No wonder
her
they got
ability, though.
along.
She was a very bright star, lots of potential, very enthusiastic.
So she seemed to be enjoying the course?
Well, as far as anybody could tell, yes.
When did you first meet her?
When she joined, about 3 months ago.
And you hadn't met her before then?
No.
So you didn't suspect there was anything wrong?
Well, do you mean, did I expect her to drown herself? Of course I didn't inspect her. It was quite a shock. Nobody expected that.
I mean, it's really hard.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
You don't know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No, I've never seen it before, sorry.
And yet, you used to work at the DMV, where you frequently used Simon's screwdriver. Ask him about the bicycle.
Does Simon Thompson ride a bike, do you know?
I think so, yes. I think he drives as well, but I might be mistaken.
Riveting. No, don't reveal that you own the screwdriver yet. Ask about the homebrew.
Have you tried Simon's homebrew?
Does he make homebrew? No, I haven't had the pleasure, sorry.
I don't drink.
Know what this is?
Yes. It's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol that we use on the course. It's supposed to represent freedom from the chains of your ancestry.
Have you ever bought one of these?
I haven't, but I've seen the students wearing them.
What do you know about the broken window at the back of the pub?
Oh, Rebecca told me about it. I don't know how it got smashed, though. I told her to tape over it. We can't have anybody cutting themselves. You have to be very health and safety conscious these days.
This guy's freaking me out.
Do you know anything about an argument?
I just want him to swallow one mouthful of this drink.
I believe it wasn't long after the pub opened.
No. I usually leave for the manor house about 6. I start preparations around 6:30. I like to get a head start.
I don't trust anybody that just holds something, never takes advantage of it. Like, yeah, he looks so thirsty. I don't know. I don't think I have a contradiction here yet. Of course this guy seduced Emma. Have you seen his alpha male body language? He wears a suit. He runs a business course. He's drunk all the time. He's the omega male. He's on those nootropics. Alright, well we did... Well, we know we've learned nothing. Hold on. There has to be a contradiction here. The symbol is not used on the course. And yet, simultaneously, it's used on the course. My God, there's too much info. Time to show him the screwdriver. I refuse.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
See you later, buddy. Fire door, keep shut. Can't be too health conscious or health and safety conscious these days. No, not the pub. Sorry. Welcome back. Miss me?
There you go. Come on. Cute.
He's different now. He's wearing a novelty apron.
Smells nice. What is that?
Chili pork.
I have no idea you were a cook.
Oh, no, I used to be more into it. No, I don't do it so much. Used to grow my own herbs and everything.
The sound.
Here.
Please.
No.
I'll tell you whatever you want. Just turn off that terrible noise.
That's where James lives. Yeah, we used to share a house together. The farmer used to let us use a corner on his greenhouse to grow stuff.
I didn't know you knew James that well.
Well, didn't really get on.
Where are the greenhouses?
But it's just through the farmyard at the back.
Interesting.
Okay. See, I'm upset. Because he says the masks are used during the Atlas seminars, but Ryan says they're not. That's a contradiction. But I can't will it into existence here. Use the screwdriver to fix his stove? Now you're talking.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
He said the symbol isn't relevant. That's right, the mask is relevant. We're going to James's house. And then going back behind to go to the greenhouse.
Simon mentioned another greenhouse on the farm. Must be up the hill over there.
This is the earlier greenhouse. My mistake. we'll be leaving. Must be further up the hill. Go further up. There you go. Has anyone ever been so as to, etc., etc.? Yeah. Go look into the larger greenhouse. I knew it. It's basil. You can't grow that in the UK without a permit.
I wonder if James knows this is here. Don't know what it is, but it'd be interesting to see what he says about it.
Don't know what it is, huh? I've used that line before. Officer. I'd like to move to this location. I'd like to move to... It's okay, that's fine. Pets, what are you doing here? Same with you, Concrete Entree. It's a Sunday. You don't have to be on Twitch. Take some time for yourself.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Hey, James. There's a packet of dried leaves with MM on it. You think it stands for medicinal marijuana?
Could you tell me
Wrenches
what
turn
these
away,
are,
please?
Please. I found them in the greenhouse.
Been snooping around on the farm, have we?
It's called investigating, James.
Yeah. Just mint. Mint leaves. For cooking.
Yeah, I heard you were a bit of a budding chef.
Dabble a bit. Won a few competitions.
Very impressive. So you normally
You ever
just
hear
leave
about Hell's
packets of
Kitchen?
mint lying around.
Must have dropped it.
I feel you, dude. I hate when I drop my packet of dried mint.
Ever seen one of these?
It's a piece
Seen
of
them around
paper.
college.
What do you know about it?
Not much. It's a business course. Ask Simon. He's on it.
You wouldn't be interested in that sort of thing. And you haven't discussed it with Simon?
Not really. Business doesn't interest me.
How about this?
Ever seen this before?
No, should I have?
No, it's okay.
Alrighty. See you
that's
later,
all for the
weirdo.
moment. Thank you.
You just zipped up his hat? Yeah, business doesn't interest him, and yet he sells things from time to time. And there were bottles in a recite. You get the idea. Excuse me? Tenebrous, thank you. You did spook me a little bit, though. I guess we'll go ask Rebecca. You're right. It seems like James should recognize the pagan symbol.
A couple more questions, if that's okay.
But he's a little cagey. Ever
you
you ever see mint before?
Oh, magic mint. Where did you find this?
Magic mint.
Salvia divinorum. I used to grow it years ago. It makes you trip.
In what way?
It's a hallucinogenic and legal. Quite a dangerous combination, really.
Do you use it?
Me? No. No, I don't even take medicines. I like to stay pure.
All right, you have also lost my respect.
I didn't expect Rebecca to know about growing drugs. I know she claims not to use them herself, but I'm not so sure.
I like to stay pure. That's why I own a pub.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
That's not drugs, that's just beer. You claim to be anti-drug, and yet I see you drinking a cup of coffee. What an interesting contradiction.
A few more questions, please. Thank you. Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
I don't speak Latin.
What is it?
It's a hallucinogenic plant. A legal one. At least for the moment.
I've no interest in drugs.
And yet...
My job. That's the only drug I need. As trite as that may sound.
Do you know any students who may have used hallucinogens?
No. My students aren't interested in that kind of thing. Besides, no one is allowed drugs or alcohol onto the site. I don't think anyone has ever brought drugs to Atlas.
Yo,
You have
Ryan,
any
though.
medicines on site at all?
No, we're not allowed. Insurance purposes.
You have... Is there one that's just like... doesn't allow drugs or alcohol onto Atlas premises, and yet you're currently drinking alcohol? Alright, you're right. You don't allow drugs or alcohol onto the premises, and yet... Kate was drunk at the meeting last Friday. That hurts. It hurts that that's not a contradiction. In my head, that one was lights out. I guess she could have been pre-gaming her own meeting. Well, let's see what this is.
Do you know what this is?
Looks like chopped tea bags to me. What is it?
I just thought you might know.
I don't know anything about plants, Inspector. What you should do is ask Rebecca. She knows far more about these things than I do. Messy things, growing things.
You know, just a totally normal way to answer that question. By the way, hey, I don't even want to acknowledge that this one's in here. Leaves look like chopped tea bags. Cut it. This is never going to be part of a contradiction. The contradiction is implicit. This doesn't look like tea bags at all. And a chopped tea bag is not even a real thing. You're just being a weirdo. But I have a contradiction. It's a drug, and yet you said nobody had ever brought drugs into Atlas, and yet here I am. Drugs in Atlas. You killed her, didn't you?
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
See you later, nerd. I'm going back to Simon's place. Ask him about the Salvia Divinorum. Wingardium Leviosa.
Ask you a couple
Just kidding.
more
Knock,
things,
knock.
please.
Ever heard of Salvia Divinorum?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's a drug, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's a spell.
Hallucinogenic drug. Ever tried it?
No, I've never taken any illegal substances.
She's never taken any illegal substances. And yet... Something... Screwdriver. That's right, it is legal. By the way, do you know what this
Do you know
is?
what these are, by any chance?
No. Sorry. I don't know anything about plants or things like that.
And yet
but
you have a
You
microscope!
should ask Rebecca. She used to live on a farm. She'd know.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
I would say definitely we'll be back later.
Ever heard of Salvia Divinorum?
Salvia Divinorum.
Sorry, I haven't read Harry Potter.
Oh, yeah, you mean the drug? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, ever tried it?
Like, once or twice, yeah. But it's not really my sort of thing. It messes with your brain. I've never tried any other drugs either. Nothing like that. Nothing hallucinogenic.
Oh, you've never tried sugar?
Know what these are?
No. Look a bit like sage leaves.
Haven't seen them before, though.
Not at all, no.
Okay. Simon's homebrew. He got some herbal tea. The herbal tea was probably made with magic mint. Thus, you have tried it, and there's a contradiction. Well, he said, okay.
Thank
Hold
you.
on.
Probably be back later.
Emma has the contradiction. Has never... He tried it but never saw it?
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
What are you talking about? has tried it, has never seen them. See? I told you, he could have just had his eyes closed. You thought you were so smart, Chad. Here's the thing. You're not the same level of detective as I am. Maybe he was wearing the mask and couldn't see out of the eye holes? Oh, as of 2016, it's illegal to sell or import salvia for human consumption. How about that, Emma? In the future, your drug is illegal. No, that's what I'm with you guys. Like, he traded for herbal tea.
Be back later on if that's
The
okay.
herbal tea was probably made with the magic mint. But I think for now, I'm just gonna take a little walk. I knew it.
What are you? Private eye?
No, I'm a police inspector.
Who are you looking for?
I'm investigating a death in the village.
That student, then. They did one last year, too. Same place.
Like the only helpful person in the whole town.
Drowned a student. Ask that psycho about it.
Dude, his
He runs
ear.
that business cult.
His ear is actually like a mushroom.
Big house.
I'm actually worried he can hear me talking about him through the screen.
Bunch of nut jobs.
Hey, what was the student's name?
So, could you keep it down, please?
Liam... something? Or something.
My lord, the size of that ear.
Atlas's reputation precedes them. I think I might call the station, find out a bit more about this Liam.
It was like the ear that a Witcher NPC would have.
Hello, DCI Jones speaking.
Mike, it's Jenks.
Oh, Jenks, I thought you'd clocked off tonight.
Yeah, the chief's put me on a case tonight, the Edenton girl.
Friday night, you poor sod. I thought that was sorted out anyway.
I wish it was. Listen, are you near a computer?
I can't be. Yeah, go on.
Do you know anything about a death last year?
It's
Someone called
it's the
Liam in
2010s
Edenton Village.
on near a computer.
I don't remember it. Hang on, let's have a look. Edenton Village. Yeah, Liam Rogers. That's suicide last year.
Suicide?
Hang on, 2 suicides in 2 years, both on Edenton. I mean, you've got your work cut out, Jenksy.
Yeah, don't I know it.
Right, well, good luck with that. See you Monday.
Thanks, Mike.
Now, we can use the information for Liam's death to get a confession out of Simon. Slowly breaking him down over hours and hours of interrogation.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Here's a question for you, buddy. What about Liam?
What do you know about Liam?
Liam?
Local lad. Took his wife.
Oh, that Liam. Yeah, I heard about him.
But you didn't know him?
No, I know he went to college, but didn't really know him. It's sad, though.
You know what? It checks
Thank you.
out.
Probably be back later.
Don't lie to me, Emma.
What do you know about a student called Liam? Committed suicide last year.
Only that I didn't know him really well.
Okay.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
See you in 2 minutes to figure out what your lie is. Go back to Rebecca's place. Emma probably had an affair with him too. Don't be mad at Emma, okay? Ryan has an animal magnetism and raw male charisma that can't be ignored.
What do you know about Liam?
You mean Liam who took his life? He used to play in a band, Black Rock or something? No, Black Stone. Very gothic. I used to let them play in here sometimes at the weekends. They were quite good.
Did you know there was anything wrong? I mean, why he might have...
No, I didn't know him very well.
Seems like they have a rollicking atmosphere on Friday nights. A gothic rock band.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Well, if he was into gothic stuff, he must have been friends with James. You know, there's not a whole lot of people in this town, kindred spirits and all that.
Couple more questions, if that's okay. Did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam who died.
You mean Liam who killed himself?
Yeah.
He was in my year, on a different course.
What course was Liam on?
Can't remember, not mine.
What was yours?
Plant science. First time I knew about Liam was when he killed himself.
Right, so you didn't meet him?
No.
Well, how... This doesn't make any sense. In my world, this doesn't make any sense. How could you only hear about him after he killed himself, but also know that he was in your year but on a different course? How could you... Oh, I'd never asked him about the salvia.
Ever heard of Salvia divinorum, James?
Was that skin cream?
And yet you're a plant scientist.
It's not a skin cream, no. It's a plant.
Really? Don't know much about plants.
Oh, you are
So you've never
absolutely
heard of
done.
No.
Yet, as a biology major, technically these could both be true, but from the game's perspective, I don't think it's conceivable. Guess what, buddy?
Aha.
You just got.
So, your degree is in plant science, but you don't seem to know anything about plants.
Well, still got a lot to learn.
So you're still...
Yeah, I'm only 45.
You've never heard of salvia.
Didn't say that.
So you have.
Maybe.
And you do grow it.
Yeah, it's legal, why not?
What do you do with it?
I use it for explorative purposes, meditation.
And does this involve anybody else?
Why?
Do you sell it or give it to anybody else? Sure.
Yeah, it's just for me, nobody else.
And that's the only drug you grow, is it?
Feel free to go and look if you want.
It's okay, I'll look later. The only drug he grows? Not sure I believe that, James.
No, thank you, Jenks.
Then again, would someone growing illegal drugs bother growing a legal one?
Okay, he grows salvia for his private use only. However, he also traded his herbal... Oh, he's done it!
When you say herbal tea, do you mean salvia?
Probably.
So you traded salvia tea with Simon for his homebrew.
So?
So why did you say you didn't give salvia to anybody else? Did you give it to anybody else? How many people did you give it to? Did you give it to Kate?
No.
How about Liam?
I didn't have anything to do with him dying, if that's what you mean.
So you did give him salvia?
Yes, I gave him salvia because he asked for it, but that's not what killed him.
Well, he committed suicide, James, because of psychological issues that probably weren't helped by him trying hallucinogenic drugs.
He didn't commit suicide. You don't know anything about him. You don't know what happened.
Okay, so what happened then?
Do you even know about Third Eye?
Pardon me?
Go on.
You don't know about Third Eye. You don't know about Third Eye. You know nothing about Liam's death. I mean, forget salvia.
Fine, tell me then.
Third Eye was a cult. We had our very own psycho cult operating right here from our village hall. And I got rid of them, single-handed. I'm the one who got rid of Third Eye. Did they tell you that at the station?
Okay, start again. They were what?
You don't know anything, do you? Look. They were reeling in students, pretending to be some sort of happy life course, you know.
And then they rename themselves to Atlas.
And they'll put in everyone through this
It's the
brainwashing
same
program to make
symbol.
them compliant, and selling them on. It's all there.
What do you mean, selling them on?
Selling them. Objects, commodities.
To who?
To anyone who could afford them. Top politicians, famous celebrities.
Of
wealthy
which we have
businessmen,
dozens in this village.
You don't get it, do you? Third Eye were making and selling slaves. They were black market slave traders. They were wiping people's personalities using ECT, brainwashing, cocktails of hard drugs, deliberately turning them into perfect slaves. You know how much slaves are worth on the black market these days?
Don't answer that.
Millions. And I'm talking per slave. That's why anyone who stood up to them and threatened to go public like Liam was just killed off. They didn't give a damn.
So you're saying Liam was murdered by Third Eye?
Exactly what I'm saying. So I started looking into it. They were all saying it was suicide, but there's no way.
So, did you ever actually meet Liam?
I found out about him.
And how did you find out about all this other stuff?
Well, it's obvious, you can tell. I met some of the students. You could see straight away there was something wrong. They were like zombies.
You can tell from his shirt he knows zombies.
ECT damage or when they've been through mind conditioning. It's just obvious. I mean, US military used all these techniques back in the 50s. It's all documented. You can read about it. They showed all the same signs.
So, did you ever actually go to a meeting?
No, but I knew what went on.
How?
From what people said who'd been through it.
Okay, so do you know anyone I could speak to who did go through it?
Well, no. Look, it doesn't matter. Why did they close down if it wasn't true? They just closed down and disappeared overnight after I put all the flyers up. Bit of a coincidence.
But that was just after Liam died.
Yeah.
And do you think that had anything to do with it?
Maybe, but it was the flyers that forced them to close.
Okay. Do you mind if I keep this?
Yeah, you investigate it. It'll all come out.
Well, this got pretty dramatic pretty quickly.
Liam.
We came over here, asked
Well,
him
that
about
was
some
a
magic
lot to
mints.
take in. Does James really believe all this stuff? This is the first I've heard about Third Eye. Question is, what's their connection with Atlas, if there is one?
Or is this guy just absolutely high as hell? Everybody else is like, yeah, I recognize that. It's sage leaves. This guy's like, by the way, the town is a front for pagan cults that killed students and is selling brainwashed slaves on the deep web. We learned about the, 0% progress. We learned about the incredible cult. I just want to make sure we still have that detail. Third Eye Flyer, yes, okay. I want something else to make the village weird, baby.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Have you seen this before?
Don't take any notice of that.
Why?
James Wilson is a fantasist.
Excuse me,
He
where's my
spends his time
subtitles?
pretending to cast spells in the woods. He's not exactly a stable person. And, I heard that he was involved with growing cannabis.
Really?
Whoa!
Don't quote me on that.
So you don't think there's any truth at all to this?
None at all.
Growing cannabis. But
Thank you. Probably be back later.
James said he didn't grow any other illegal plants. Well, well, well. It appears we've got ourselves a contradiction. I did turn subtitles on, didn't I? Look at it right there. Problem solved.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
You can't use other people's words for contradictions. Doesn't grow any other drugs, but also... Okay, fair enough. Alright, see you later, James. False alarm. There's no proof she's telling the truth? Well, we went to the greenhouse, and we got, the devil's lettuce. I think we gotta go see Simon. Okay, leave the greenhouse, fair enough. What if we scry, and then we found the devil's lettuce? She said, don't quote me on that, and you immediately proceeded to quote her on that. Don't quote me on that is like exactly the same as saying that something's off the record. It's like, as the police officer or journalist, I get to friggin' decide whether it's off the record or on the record.
A couple more questions, if that's okay.
Have you seen this?
Yeah. It was all over college last year. James made it. Idiot.
So you don't agree with what I'm saying?
No, I don't agree with anything James says. He's absolutely crazy. He thinks that the government has been controlled by aliens and that we're all bugged. He's nuts.
Well, how do you reconcile that with your boyfriend making his own beer?
Okay. Have you seen this before?
Oh, is this the thing that James did? Yeah, I've heard of it.
What do you know about all this? A third eye, I think they were called?
I don't really know anything about it. I mean, I've heard about Liam's death, but all I know about Three Eyes or whatever is on this flyer.
So you hadn't heard about Third Eye?
No, sorry.
I think he's telling the truth. I don't know, you know what?
Okay, that's it for
I
now.
don't think we have
Thank you.
contradiction access yet. I think we have to go speak to Atlas, aka Ryan, aka the thirstiest man on the world. On the world? Sorry, my brain's a little broken. Try the lounge door.
A few more questions, please. Thank you. What can you tell me about Liam?
Oh, Liam. You mean the boy who committed... Very unfortunate, isn't it?
Did you know him?
Oh, yes. Well, I say know him. I met him in the pub. Seemed very happy sort of person. Well, I say he seemed happy. You can't have been, can he?
How many words can you say without saying anything of any meaning at all?
What do you know about this?
Not much.
So you've never seen this before? You don't know anything about Third Eye?
Well, I don't remember seeing it now.
You don't recognize any of the symbols on it?
No, sorry.
Oh, too many blinks. He's blink happy. He doesn't remember seeing the flyer, and yet... Poster was designed by an agency. The symbol on the mask. Genius. Genius. He doesn't recognize any of the symbols, and yet on the cardboard mask, it says the symbol's not used in the course. I mean, he recognized, don't even start with me, Chad.
Aha. Ryan, you've just told me all about the moon symbols on the mask. Then you're claiming you don't know anything about the symbols on the flyer.
That was 2 hours ago.
Oh, actually, yes. Sorry, yes, I do remember.
I'm always forgetting the things I remember.
What did you know about Third Eye?
Oh, not much, really. Never came into contact with them.
He's blinking. He's blinking again.
That explanation was way too short. Ryan's definitely hiding something.
He's hiding his boner. He drank. That's his tell. It's like Teddy KGB with his Oreos. Okay, so he's I've never seen him before in my life. Never came into contact with them. Pay him. Pay that man his miani. No, I'm looking for an end yet, chat, but I don't know it. And I don't know who we can still speak to. We could go take a little...
Probably be back later.
A walk in the woods or something like that. You haven't shown James the symbol? I thought we were tapped out on James. Take a little walk. Yeah, James gave us the flyer. There's no use for the black mirror here. Liam tripped and fell on his own gardening shears? A likely story. Oh, here we go. I knew it.
Mind not defacing public.
It's a tree.
What's it to you?
Well,
It's Jack Ryan.
And that's supposed to make what difference exactly?
It means that you do exactly
That's
what
assault?
I tell you to do.
Or what? Or you arrest me?
No,
Is
I'll
this
give you a
Topher
fine this
Grace?
time.
So, if I do something that you don't like, I have to give you some money. What happens if you do something that I don't like?
Is this
You're
stripping?
gonna give me some money?
Look, I do not have time to discuss it at the moment. Can you just go?
Oh.
Pathetic.
Where's my money, Denny? It's an incredible carving.
What a prize brat.
Yeah,
But
rock
why would you
on,
carve
brother.
that into a tree. Well, he's a
Absolutely.
die-hard rock fan, or there's more to that symbol than meets the eye.
Quite. Try using the flyer on the tree. We can cover up the British graffiti. Hell yeah, dude. One in the pink, one in the stink, and one holding my drink. Alright, now we'll go here and we'll talk to this guy again. Or maybe James. Maybe James is our, he's our tell. He knows everything about all these symbols.
Ask you a couple more things, please. If I did this...
Excuse me,
would
Jenks.
that mean anything to you?
It's a devil's sign, isn't it? Is that what you're getting at, Inspector?
This is not something you use on the
Of course
course.
it's not something we use on the course.
Only on the
Inspector.
golf
I don't
course.
even know what that could possibly
When I hit a
mean,
freaking
exactly.
birdie. I mean, how could you think this and this simultaneously?
Thank
Okay,
you.
fair enough.
Probably be back later.
You're liable to get your ass beat just flashing symbols around town like that. And yet, here we are.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. If I did this, would it mean anything to you?
I like how he had to use his other hand to pose his
It's
fingers.
okay. Thanks. That's all for the moment. Thank you. If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
Who did you see doing that?
Someone in the woods, carving it into a tree.
That was Kyle. It's a guy from the course. He's an idiot.
And where does he live?
I can't remember. Somewhere outside the village?
Well, I guess he's
the
not a
three
suspect
fingers
then.
thing is something the students started doing. It's something from the course. The three freedoms.
The what?
The three freedoms? It's from the course. It's a phrase.
Free to be free.
Free yourself from the things that are holding you back, right? Things that stop you being successful.
What are they?
There's fear of failure, guilt, and doubting, self-doubt.
You believe that?
Yeah. Guilt ruins lives. It stops you looking forward. It serves no.
It's like he remembered
practical
that he's an
purpose.
actor.
It's basically destructive.
Right. Free to be free. Not the most original slogan, but I wonder how far this freedom goes.
Okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
See you in 5 minutes, Simon. We're going to go back to Ryan at Atlas, and we're going to be like, what's up with this freedom phrase? And also, you told me you'd never seen that symbol before, and yet, Simon's over here singing like a canary, telling me you use it all the time.
Ask about a few more things, please. Can you tell me a bit about the phrase free to be free?
Free to be free, my favourite motto. Well, we teach
I hate the
our
way this guy
students that
breathes.
People, well, they suffer from excessive guilt, don't they? Excessive self-criticism, excessive doubt. Evils of excess, we call them. And we tell our students that if they rid themselves of these evils, then they're free to realise their full potential.
Free.
Who came up with all this?
To do what they want.
I have a background in psychology.
Any old. This is Rob. Whenever we talk about anything on the show, I have a background in psychology.
In here.
When
did you come up with the phrase?
When we were based at the village hall. When I say we, I came up with the phrase. Dad's more the money man.
And very successful at it too, I hear.
Oh, he's successful, but he's not a creative man. Dad suffers from a lack of imagination.
Quite indubitably. So, hey, buddy, you invented the friggin' phrase, and yet you don't even know what the symbol could be freaking used for? Doesn't make any damn sense. You think it's a devil sign, and yet you invented the phrase? Come on, buddy. You invented the phrase at the village hall, and yet you don't know how the symbols could be used? Come on, buddy. You think the fingers are a devil sign, and yet you invented the phrase at the village hall. You need to connect the fingers to the phrase. Yeah, and yet Simon has homebrew. You gotta link the hand to the phrase.
Thank you. Probably be
Bottoms
back
up
later.
and the devil laughs. Hell yeah, brother. Rob, did the Jets win today? Or here's a better question. Who did they lose to? I don't know. They didn't play yet? So they lost.
Couple more questions, if that's okay?
She's like, man, I got work to do.
If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
Why is it meant to mean something?
No, it's okay. Ever heard the phrase free to be free?
Do you mean the Atlas thing? Yes, I have.
Know what it means?
It means being free of guilt.
What do you think about that?
You mean, do I think it's a bad thing?
Do you? I mean, surely if you have done something wrong.
Oh, but that's the point, Inspector. Most people spend their time feeling guilty over nothing, and that's not a good thing.
It's a valid point. Believes people can get hung up on guilt.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
Kind of want to ring the bell again just to be a jerk. Paul and Ryan Rand, right here. We've never been. Well, no, we've been behind the house, but never inside. Man, the cinematography in this. Robert, the scene transitions are incredible. Look at this. It's like being in an Indiana Jones movie. You know, dun 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 dun. Yeah, there's just no red travel line, but apart from that, it's pretty good.
A few more questions, please.
All right, James.
If I did that, would it mean anything to you?
Now he's looking at us.
Yeah. It's a Satanism symbol. Satanists use it.
Have you ever seen anyone using it?
Lots of people. Politicians, presidents, CEOs.
Have you ever seen anyone local using it?
Not that I remember.
Ever hear the phrase free to be free? Heard anyone use that?
Nah. What is it, a song?
It's by George Michael, I told
I
you.
don't think so. Doesn't matter.
All right, dude, I don't know. I'm freaking stumped for the moment.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
I would love to get stoned with James. Not till October, man. Seems like the kind of guy that orders like a bag of hamburgers for lunch. Go to the village hall. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going to the village hall. I haven't been allowed to go to the village hall yet. It does not. Oh, wait. Maybe I am? Hold on. Hold on. Just give me. So you go return to Woods Lane, and then go ahead to North Road, and then go right along the path to the village hall. Can't go in. Can't go into the village hall. It's closed. It's not peak hours. So I'm thinking, go to the restaurant. Closed. Did we ask Emma? Perhaps not.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Ah, we didn't ask her.
Do you know the phrase, free to be free?
Yeah. It's an Atlas thing.
You wouldn't
I first heard it
understand.
when I went with Simon.
What did they say about it?
They said that you shouldn't feel guilty if you do something wrong. I don't agree with that.
No?
No. No, I think you should feel guilty if you do something wrong.
What did Simon think?
I don't know, but I don't think you agree with that either.
That's all
Well,
for the moment. Thank you.
That doesn't seem that helpful.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
You're right. Simon did say that he... guilt destroys people's lives. Crikey. Call the chief. That's resin. Still gotta check the right door. Ooh! It's freaking, it's Kyle.
We're just starting a session, do you mind?
I'm terribly sorry. I'll leave you in peace. A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Hand symbol. Doesn't know what the symbol could be used for, and yet... Symbol... Just... Alright, let's think. Let's think. Freedom phrase with hand symbol? Yeah, but like, in what capacity? Doesn't know how the symbol could be used. Background in psychology. Of course he knows how it can be used. He's got a bachelor's degree in psychology. He knows everything. Phrase about. Doesn't know. Afraid to tell you that is incorrect. Ah! Hadn't suspected that Kate had any emotional problems, and yet you had a background in psychology? Everybody knows when you get a bachelor's degree in psychology, you're basically a therapist. Use the scrying mirror? Ooh. You used to read about black magic, and yet you don't know how the symbols could be used? Come on. You know, I'm something of a scryer myself. You don't believe in anything supernatural, and yet you think the fingers are a devil sign? Try the screwdriver. Good point. It isn't worth asking him. Even the cops are in on it. They won't let me talk to him. Simon's homebrew. Haven't tried it, and yet. Invented at Village Hall, yet contact with Third Eye. Yo, you've saved me.
According to the flyer, this Third Eye group was based at the Village Hall, is that right?
Was it?
And that's where you were based, wasn't it?
Oh,
yeah,
he's antsy.
You said you invented the Atlas
We got him
phrase,
cornered.
free to be free, while
Get him,
you were
Dad.
based at the Village Hall.
So I did.
So you must have come into contact with Third Eye at some point. You were using the same hall.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you, Inspector.
Go on.
You see, Third Eye is, or was, Atlas under a different name. Sorry.
Atlas is Third Eye?
In a new improved form, yes.
And you ran Third Eye?
With Dad, yes.
So you must have known Liam. You didn't just meet him, did you?
Yes, I knew him, Inspector, but don't get your hopes up. All of this has been thoroughly investigated.
Oh, he's got his drink armor back up.
Investigated about his death?
We gotta find his vulnerability.
We didn't have anything to do with it. Well, when I say drop the case, I mean a police investigation is one thing, but what the public thinks is another. They threatened to go public, and then James bloody Wilson started distributing his flyers, and that was it. No choice. It was an end to it.
You had to change the name.
We'd already paid the family an out-of-court settlement. Thought that was an end. But then James, his cronies, they leave it alone. So we had to close down. Buy a new place.
James is so powerful.
So eventually, we reopened here.
As Atlas?
As Atlas.
And it worked?
Up till now, yes.
So you knew James Wilson too?
We knew James, but he didn't know us as such. Oh, he was very quick to shoot us down, but he didn't do anything like actually coming to the course to see what he was about.
So James wouldn't know that you were now running Atlas?
Not unless he came to one of our courses.
And how much of all that stuff was true? ECT machines, brainwashing?
I'm afraid that exists only exclusively in the mind of Mr. Wilson. All we do is make better business people. We challenge their prejudices and presumptions. Why don't you come along and see for yourself? The course starts in 15 minutes.
Is he Captain Jack Sparrow?
Excuse me, Inspector. Hello. I can't come back now. Well, you have my car at the moment. All right. All right. See you later.
Love you too.
That was Dad. I have to go back. You can come and meet him if you like.
Well, I might come and have a chat.
Come with me. To be perfectly honest, Dad's a great businessman, but he lacks imagination.
Yeah, you mentioned that about 100 times.
I believe in the power of the individual, when taught by the right teacher, of course. Ryan, in here. Just coming. He's through here.
Hey, do you want to get like a lavalier mic or? No, just capture the natural acoustics of the dungeon.
To whom do I owe the pleasure?
Detective Inspector Jenks. I am investigating a death in the village. I believe you knew Kate Vine.
Oh, I thought all this was dealt with, Inspector. You do know that Kate Vine was a gherkin short of a big mad. You do now.
Father.
You must forgive my son, Inspector. He still can't summon up the courage to come straight to the point. So what do you want to know?
Yes, well, a few more questions if you don't mind.
But I do mind. I'm a very busy man. Try asking an intelligent question, like, do I mind being quizzed about a once promising student who turned into a useless drunk? Ryan, would you mind leaving us for a while?
I'll go back to the centre. I have one or two things to prepare. Only if you need me, Dad.
You may begin, Mr. Holmes, although I'm not going to be able to help you. I don't have much to do with the course nowadays, so I can't give you any hard information.
That's as maybe, but we
No, that's
need...
as is.
Oh my lord!
But if you want my opinion, I'd be quite happy to give it to you. So, fire away.
Okay, thank you.
It's like he bought a large
Paul certainly doesn't take
set
no
of
prisoners.
dentures, but his
It's
mouth
obvious
is
who's
a
pulling the
small.
strings in this family, and I wonder what they got up to in their previous guise as Third Eye.
All right, buddy. So here's the thing. I think I finally busted the case wide open. Tell me about Simon's unlocked bicycle.
Did you know anything about Simon Thompson's bike?
No.
Alright. But what about Simon's Homebrew?
Ever tried Simon's Homebrew? Simon Thompson?
No, I haven't. I wouldn't touch anything that has had Simon's fingers in it.
Why are you so weird? Okay, but I've solved the case. I need to ask you about salvia.
Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum, or magic mint?
Sounds like it might be a drug.
It's a hallucinogenic plant. Legal, as a matter of fact.
I'm not a drug taker.
Glug, 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 glug,
I have
glug.
no enthusiasm for voluntarily poisoning your brain.
Also,
And
I
you've
am the
never
Senate.
seen anyone on the course taking it.
Well, if someone had, they wouldn't have done it openly.
Nothing I love
We
more
never
than
drug
taking a
dealers on our
hallucinogen
course.
and
We
then
like
going
tell
to a
students that success
business
is
self-improvement
the best
class
drug.
run by the devil.
Whether you buy into that, of course, is another matter.
All these college students getting hopped up on salvia and then going to Toastmasters to learn how to public speak. Alright, but what about this cardboard mask?
What do you know about this?
Looks like a mask.
You don't recognize it?
Not particularly. Looks like a monarch mask.
Originated in the
mask?
1400s,
Monarch is a fancy dress.
made by one of 6 tailors in downtown Seville
Brian
Row.
goes there sometimes.
Okay. Hit him with the horns, Dad.
If I did this, would it mean anything to you?
I presume you've seen an Atlas student doing that.
Ah, so this is an Atlas thing.
Well, it wasn't exactly our idea. The students started doing it spontaneously to show commitment to the cause. Cute, really. Which student did you see doing that?
I'm not sure, but he was carving it into a tree. I told him to stop.
Did you really? Why?
Defacing public property.
Oh my lord. He has 4
That's the most
teeth.
ridiculous thing I've ever heard. What's the punishment for that kind of thing nowadays? Prison sentence?
Oh, it's usually a fine.
Alright. What about defiling public liberty?
Oh no!
Does that carry a fine too?
He's
Oddly
libertarian.
enough, the student in question argued a similar point. Is that something you encourage on the Atlas course?
We encourage people who put ideas first and moral anachronisms second. The problem with the law, Inspector, is that it's out of date.
Well, I suppose that's a matter of opinion. However, you still respect it.
Respect it. I abide by it. We all play by the book, Inspector, but that's only because of the threat of possible incarceration.
It's like a little, anxiety-inducing. We get it, you're rich.
Can you tell me a little about the Atlas phrase, free to be free?
Where did you hear that?
I was talking to one of your students.
It's a little phrase we conjured up to summarize our objectives.
What is your objective, if you don't mind me asking?
Mine, or do you mean the course's objective?
On the course.
The objective of the course is to free people from bondage. We teach that most people are crippled by their past, by guilt, their attitudes, their beliefs.
Feeling regrets for heads they've stepped on to get to the top of the corporate ladder.
Cripples people.
Feeling guilty in business is like a meat eater feeling guilty in an abattoir. Guilt comes from the archaic emotional centers of the brain. It's a vestige of our animal ancestry, that's all. In business, you heed it at your peril. I'm sorry, Inspector. My house appears to be haunted. Would you mind closing the door?
So,
All right.
you believe that guilt has no place in
It's
business?
hereditary.
None at all. I have few beliefs, Inspector, but that's one of them.
And what if you have done something wrong?
Well, that's the whole point. Guilt has nothing to do with it.
Interesting opinion.
I'm just waiting for Jenks to be like, oh, this guy's a friggin' weirdo. I'm getting out of here. Well, here's the thing. How do you feel about this packet of dried leaves?
Know what this is, by any chance?
I've no idea. Gardening isn't my kind of
And
thing.
yet...
Rebecca would probably know. I presume you've met Rebecca.
Yes,
I'm sure she'd enjoy telling you what it is. She's the kind of woman who likes to feel superior.
What?
Would probably marry a millionaire and then decide to run her own pub.
Yes, why was that?
Well, she isn't exactly housewife material. She likes to be in control, like Wyatt. Shame, isn't it, that I'm in control of both of them?
Like, if this dude was just normal, I probably would not be suspicious. But he keeps dropping these red flags.
Have you ever seen one of these before?
I believe it's a scrying mirror, pagan thing.
Ever used one?
Why would I use a scrying mirror?
So you have no interest at all in this sort of thing?
No.
Does the Atlas course use them at all?
Not at all. Strange question.
AKA, good question.
What do you know about this?
So you've been graced with Goebbels' company already, have you? James, our local minister for propaganda. I suppose Ryan already told you about our actual previous incarnation.
He explained, yes.
Did he tell you anything scandalous?
Not unless you count the suicide.
Oh. These things happen.
Was it your idea?
The suicide?
Third eye.
Yeah, I suppose it was. As my son had started to atrophy, I decided I ought to give him something to do.
And Third Eye was the same as Atlas, teaching business skills?
Very similar.
So Liam's death didn't prompt you to make any changes?
There was nothing we could do about Liam's death, Inspector, any more than we could do anything about Kate's. It was out of our control.
You can't blame me for wondering, Paul. 2 student deaths.
And yet, I haven't asked
Call
about
it
Kate yet.
coincidence, Inspector. I expect they ate fast food also.
Ho!
But you're investigating all the local chippies.
He's got me there. See, you have a problem with society, and yet you're partaking in the very society you claim to hate. How curious.
How well did you know Kate?
Hardly knew her at all. Met her a few times. But the course, that's about all.
So when was the last time you saw her?
Last Friday. I just popped out to the course and about 7.
Did you speak to her then?
It's possible.
And how did she seem? Was she happy, sad, preoccupied?
I already know she was drunk.
Do you know if Kate had lost this? It's her driving license.
How would I know that?
You didn't see it lying around anywhere?
No.
Jeez, he's stonewalling me. Did we already hit him with the bicycles?
What did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
I didn't go to the pub last Friday.
You didn't hear anything about an argument in the pub?
Should I have?
No, that's fine.
When we catch him in a lie, it's all gonna fall apart. Guaranteed.
How well did you know
All you gotta
Liam?
do is crack the veneer.
Liam who?
Liam, who took his life.
Oh. Well, as far as I remember, he was a good student, confident, outgoing.
You didn't notice any problems?
I believe he had problems at home.
Were you there when he died?
Yes.
And afterwards? You didn't see him after the meeting?
No.
What was Liam like that night?
No. Apart from being drunk, or possibly because of that.
Well, apart from being
perfectly
drink, or possibly
Well, I
because...
assume the bottle in his hand contained whiskey and not lemonade.
Lots of similarities to Kate, don't you think? Drinking, depression, is that normal for the students?
People come into the Atlas course for quick solutions to their problems. And when they don't get them as quickly as they might have liked, sometimes Their impatience gets the better of them.
Yo, but here's the thing. Yo, and yet, Liam had been drinking all night at the seminar, and yet, they don't allow alcohol at the place, which is, just give it, they don't allow drugs or alcohol on the site. How about that, buddy?
So if you don't allow drink or drugs onto the site, why did you allow Liam to drink whiskey all night?
Well, we did give him various warnings. Did try to stop him, but didn't work.
But you let him stay on the course?
Yeah, well, we couldn't throw him out. This isn't a primary school, Inspector.
Yeah, it's not like it's private property.
Enforce these rules. If they pay their fees, they're entitled to stay on the course.
And what if they want to take drugs?
As long as they do it with discretion, frankly, I don't care if they want to wipe or inject paint stripper all over their faces.
Do you store any alcohol at Atlas?
What a strange comment.
Is there a kitchen?
Why, do you want to go down there and check?
Well, obviously you wouldn't mind if what you're saying is true.
Of course I wouldn't mind. It's past the lavatories down the corridor, but you won't find any drugs in there or alcohol.
Whether I find alcohol at Atlas or not, it probably isn't particularly relevant. But it's worth a look anyway.
All right, buddy. I mean, I think I got you for now. Oh, broken pendant.
Have you seen this before?
Looks familiar. Where did you find it?
It was, in the woods.
Presumably had something to do with Kate or a killer.
Well, that's what I'm trying to establish.
Shouldn't it be in an evidence bag, Inspector, in case of contamination?
He has a point.
With me, unfortunately.
Well, don't go testing it for DNA, will you? It's got yours all over it.
Really don't like that lip twitch.
Okay, that's it for now.
Thank you. You know what? Excuse me. I don't want to leave the house yet.
I get the feeling I might be seeing a lot of Paul tonight.
I want to go back in, but I don't want to speak to you. I just want to use the scrying mirror because you said your house was haunted. You son of a gun.
Probably be back later.
Then, oh, dude! An Audi TT. This guy's crushing it. Nice license plate, too. I think we should go back to Atlas and investigate the kitchen. And if there's alcohol in there, I'm shutting the whole thing down.
So the kitchen must be down the corridor there, if what Paul said is true.
Lock him up. Drink a lot of tea here, huh? Oh no!
Well, there's a TV right there with a DVD player.
Rights do not move on a CD-ROM. Suspicious XXX DVD. Well, let's start with the pile. Wow, this is futuristic.
Freedom, true freedom, means freedom from many vices that society had traditionally believed to be virtues. Self-criticism, self-doubt, guilt. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not virtues. These are sins. born of a fake morality implanted deep within our minds and collective consciousness.
You can see how, like, if you invited your friend over and showed them this, they'd be like, yeah, I want to show up.
Preventing the masses, stopping us from achieving the same success, happiness, and freedom enjoyed by those at the very pinnacle of society.
In this high school gymnasium.
I'm going to show you that common morality is nothing more than the cynical creation of an elite desperate to stay in power. An elite hell-bent on preventing you from reaching your full potential.
Oh no, it's Doug Ford.
By making you feel guilty for pursuing success. But the good news is that you can take back control. You can become the success you deserve to be. Atlas will give you a unique and powerful advantage. Life in all its technicolor glory can be yours. All that you have to do is to stay, embrace it, enjoy it, and learn to love your ambition. Welcome to Atlas.
Wow. A little bit heavy. You know, I don't know if that is really going to get newcomers in. I think if you already buy in, you're good. If you've already bought the Atlas book, you should watch the movie. What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Pocket Looter, playing Escape from Tarkov. Oh, some rubles. Really? So you just filmed yourself stealing the wallets?
Well, that was odd. Looked like someone pickpocketing. Why make a video of it?
Is it unboxing? I'm gonna do one more interrogation, then we're gonna call it for today. I was also, it said XXX. X is the 10th Jason movie. XX is a beer. XXX better be people fucking.
Let yourself go.
Oh my lord.
Feel your soul lifting. Then wait for the moment to break free. Then break free. Excellent, Hannah.
Well,
could you come back later, please?
What's going on here?
Please, leave.
Sorry, Ryan, there's a few more questions I have to ask you yet, and time's ticking by.
Leave.
Okay.
It's when you want to have a fire, but the venue you rented from won't let you do it indoors. They won't let me go back in. No, can't use the DVD player in the atrium. We know he's not in there. Take me out. Alright, we'll end it where we began it. Eden Lodge. Ooh! The keys for the TT. You know, what Grandpa don't know won't hurt him. Remote control lock. Jenks is a thief? You ever hear the expression finders friggin' keepers? Knock, knock, open up the window, it's real.
Don't mind. Thank you.
Sorry, Emma. My mistake. Enjoy your sleep. Chat's right. The #1 place we need to go. West Street. Behind Brandon House. Use the remote control lock. We're in. It's the bikes!
So, those are Ryan's guitars, kept in a garage. Not really the best place to keep them.
Did you also see that the sign said, "Do not move"? The same thing that was written on the DVD. Anyway. That's what we're gonna call it for today. We'll be back to finish Contradiction next week. It's cool. It's unique. Unlike any video game I've played before in my life. It's a lot like the Clue VHS game. Hopefully we'll remember for next week. You keep telling me there's 20 minutes left. I don't friggin' buy it. I'm just being straight up with you. I've heard that one before. They go, oh, there's 20 minutes left. Actually, 4 hours. There's way more left. You can, new streamers, the kind of streamers who are like, you know, they've graduated high school 2 years ago, got into professional streaming. You can troll them like that. I'm the old guard. I've been here for 100 years. I already know you just automatically be skeptical about anything that they say in Twitch chat. Yeah, I'll finish it next week. Absolutely. And we were able to use Ryan's guitars. A collection of guitars belonging to Ryan was seen in the garage at Brandon House. Jenks has already used it. Well, I just wanted to get some segue going here. Okay, fine. I think we should speak with Ryan about his guitars, and perhaps his father as well. Hey, chat, don't forget your Twitch primes. Hey, channel visitors. Go across to Brandon House. I appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you.
If you don't mind. Does Ryan play the guitar?
Answer no.
Ryan couldn't get a tune out of a radio. He's tone deaf.
Okay, so he's never tried to go professional.
If he did try, it was never gonna happen.
Well, you don't have to subtweet me, okay? It's a little insulting. Try putting that up there for now. Yeah, let's not ask him about that remote control lock.
What can you tell me about doll burning at Atlas?
Not very much. It's one of Ryan's ideas. My son is under the illusion that he's a genius.
The illusion? Okay. What about this suspicious porno?
Seen this before?
Appears to be a digital video disc.
Writing looks familiar, but no.
Okay. Alright, you're good.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
He is a lot less intimidating with the glasses. Glasses, for most people, they add a certain air of mysteriousness, but not this time.
The DVD! That's all they took. Must have been deliberate. Someone clearly wanted that back. Nice and helpful of them to leave a piece of evidence behind, though.
Dude, that was so fast. It all popped off immediately. Bag used in mugging from Monarch Costumes. Can't use that here, are you crazy? It did look like James. I don't disagree. Plus he's wearing a hoodie, which is something only stoners do. I go to school wearing a full suit and tie and my finest trilby. Please? Please? Nope. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go to Rebecca's and we'll ask about Ryan's guitars. Because if it's his wife, surely she's gonna know what's up.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Does Ryan play the guitar?
He tries. He does keep wasting money on them, though. I think he believes if he buys the right one, he'll suddenly turn into Jimi Hendrix.
They spelled the name wrong.
Really. I just let him play in his room. As long as he plays in there, I don't mind.
This hurts, man. I was gonna say, I'm glad that they put this in quotation marks, because, like, in his room, in a house that he owns, is a little bit insulting. So I'm glad that the game was also like, hey, in his room, what the heck's up with that? It's like the way, you know, like a mom would talk about her teenage son.
Have you seen this before, anywhere?
Well, I know the shop. Costume shop just outside the village.
Ever used it?
Not personally, but I think Ryan might have.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to him because he's in the middle of a satanic ritual right now, so anything you could tell me would be very helpful.
Doll burning at Atlas?
Only that it's part of the course. I'm not entirely sure what they're for, but I made dozens for him.
You made them?
Oh, Ryan can't make anything. He's practically dyspraxic.
If you think I'm going to sit here and take this, you're right, because
that's all for the moment. Thank you.
It's an adventure game. There's nothing else I can do. All right. Nobody likes Ryan, dude. Even his wife just tolerates him. All right, James. If you're wearing a red hoodie, I'm going to be pissed.
A couple more questions, if that's okay.
Oh, dude. His house is going to be, like, littered in this stuff. Guaranteed.
Seen this anywhere before? Nope.
Well. He's a steel trap.
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning? What sort of doll burning?
It doesn't mean anything to you.
No. Should it?
No, that's okay.
This is the most British man I think I've ever seen in my entire life. It's the face, the voice, the demeanor, the hairline, and the salvia.
Be back later on.
He's got the total package. Like, he looks like he would be a farmer in, like, a Russell Crowe's Robin Hood movie or something like that. He would be, like, one of the guys who gets killed, and then Robin Hood ascends from that. I'm not making fun of his hairline. I mean, look who's talking. I'm just saying. He does look like a character model from The Witcher. Oh, thank you. Okay. We're at the village hall. Perhaps this is a skeleton lock. Ryan's guitar collection. The bag used in the mugging. Turns out that's not the key. Okay, we're gonna go speak to Simon and Emma then. We're gonna start with Emma, because honestly, she's like a pushover.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
In interrogation, she's like already given us everything we need to know.
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
I know he plays, because he tried to buy one off me.
Do you play?
I used to. I used to be in a band, but I was a singer as well, so I got away with it.
Singer as well?
Yeah, I used to sing in a band every night. But sometimes it was in a pub, but usually at Rebecca's.
What was that called?
It was called Blackstone. And this guy from a record company once came to see us, and he said the band was rubbish, but that I was good. So after that, I don't think they liked me much, and then we broke up after college.
Can't hide talent.
She's a sad soul. But Blackstone, if I remember correctly, was mentioned last week. Oh, thank you, Chad. Chad is like a notebook that's constantly evolving. That's Liam's band. Okay. She didn't know Liam very well, and yet we were in a band together? How does that happen? Yes, let's go!
That band you sang in, Blackstone. Who else was in the band?
Just a few people from college.
Including Liam?
Yeah.
Why did you say you didn't know him?
No, it's not that. I just thought you meant that I didn't know about his suicide.
Did you?
No, I was away on holiday.
When he died?
Yeah, I only knew him through the band.
She definitely knows more than she's saying. She was in a band with Liam, but didn't know about his problem? I'm not sure I believe you, Emma.
Yeah, Emma. I told you. Don't lie to Jenks. He's like the David Blaine of interrogation. He heard you cough. It's Liam's favorite costume shop.
Have you used it?
No, but I know where it is.
Yo, new map pin? Just arrest her? Well, it's not illegal to lie unless she's under oath. And as of right now, she hasn't sworn on anything.
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning, I think it was something that they did on the course. Simon mentioned it.
Oh, they didn't do that when you were there?
No.
It's obstruction of justice. I'm gonna be honest, that's one of those crimes that, like, I've only heard about on the news and in media. I didn't know obstruction of justice was, like, a real thing. They should call it lying to a cop. It's a much more descriptive name.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Seen this? You know the shop?
Yeah, I know the shop. I hired something from them last year, I think.
This for a party, I assume?
Yeah, something like that.
Hired a costume. It's just... I mean, I don't want to tell Brits how to speak English, but that's not the way we say it. What we say is we bought some bullshit from there last year. It's a more elegant way to describe it.
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
Not a whole lot. I know he brought a guitar to one of the groups once, at the end of one of the stages. That's the only time.
Dude, he's actually, it's not Michael Scott. What's the British Office's boss? Free love on the free love freeway. The highway's free and the road is long. Yeah, David Brent, that's right. 100%. His name's not Ricky, that's the actor, but I get you.
What do you know about doll burning?
Not on the course. It's a ritual thing. It's getting rid of things that you don't need. Throw it into the fire.
And that's a good thing.
You ever hear about donating to charity?
Get rid of things you don't need, so you can move on and take control again.
So what are the masks for?
They're just to help you get into the right frame of mind. Just get you into the zone, you know, help with the trance.
A trance?
Yeah. It's like self-hypnosis. We do it on the course sometimes. It's just to help you get into the right frame of mind, you know.
So you hypnotize yourself? How do you do that?
Just stare into a mirror and chant something, you know, just say the same thing over and over again. Or you could just close your eyes and put yourself into a trance. Some people can do that.
And that's safe?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you don't say Candyman.
Most people think it does. You can't just be hypnotized if you don't want to be hypnotized. But you can learn to hypnotize yourself.
What did you say it was called? Auto-hypnosis?
Self-hypnosis, auto-hypnosis, same thing really.
I think Simon was a bit too quick to play down the role of auto-hypnosis on the course. I'll have to ask around about this.
This guy's an idiot, it's just called sleeping. Sometimes I close my eyes and I have vivid imagery appear in my head for up to 8 hours at a time. Well, I think you are sadly good for now.
Probably be back later.
Don't think I'm letting him off about the homebrew. You know what? Not done with you yet. If you ever, like, want to get an easy lead, you just go to Emma's and ask her about anything.
Do you know what auto-hypnosis is?
It's some type of self-hypnosis, isn't it?
Oh, she must be a linguist.
Have you ever tried it?
No, I haven't. But I think Kate was into it. She learned it from when she went to Atlas.
And what did she tell you about it?
Not a lot, really. I think it helped her. I think she used it as a sort of self-meditation.
Okay. But... The unlocked bicycle. Okay. I don't know if I have an end yet.
Probably be back
I don't
later.
think I have an end yet. Going back to the... I mean, we'll just do it in order. I guess we'll go back to the pub. At this point, we should really just have the key. Ringing the bell is just insulting.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah. How do you feel about auto-hypnosis?
Do you know anything about hypnosis used on the Atlas course?
Are you sure you mean hypnosis or the power of persuasion?
What's the difference?
Not a lot. But if you want someone to do something, it's usually easier to ask nicely.
Atlas used persuasion techniques.
Well, don't all businesses use it, Inspector? Ever heard of advertising?
I don't know why she's on, like, the verge of laughing at us. Ever heard of advertising? Okay. Well, that's not menacing.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
I was actually 100% on Jenks here. Well, that's all for the moment. See you never. Okay. Here we go. Let's ask the dad.
Ask about a few more things, please.
And, I'm sure he's going to tell us some bullshit about how it lets you get over your innate human weakness.
Can you tell me more about the auto-hypnosis techniques used on the course?
We don't use hypnosis on the course.
Not at all?
Not anymore.
So, how was it used?
Hypnosis is probably the wrong word, Inspector. It's nothing to do with the trances or things like that.
And yet...
It was meant to force... to help students.
Did you force them?
You can't force anybody into being hypnotized. You have to want to be hypnotized. It's not something out of your control. You can't be hurt or damaged.
Yeah, well, I saw a dude get turned invisible.
By hypnosis.
How do you reconcile
so you
that?
Put pressure on students to enter into hypnosis.
It would be impossible to do so.
Okay. It's not used... I mean, I'm waiting... I don't know if I have an end yet. But... They say it's not used on the course anymore, but Simon said it was used. Ask him if he can pull his wife out of a backpack. I've already done the bit, but
Be back later on,
that is where that
okay.
show Magic for Humans lost me. This show has no camera tricks, 100% real magic. Pull your wife out of the backpack. That's right, I need to ask him about the bag. Oh, you think I'm just gonna pull my wife out of the backpack? And then the dude pulls his wife out of the backpack. Come on. I have to suspend more than my disbelief. I have to suspend everybody else's disbeliefs in order to believe that one.
Have you seen this before?
No, I don't think so.
You don't recognize the shop?
No.
Is there someone else who works at Atlas? Someone who may have been there tonight?
No. There's a cleaner. Comes at strange times, but then he's a strange boy. Work experience.
As a cleaner?
Well, we did try him in accounts, but didn't work out.
Classic. They're like, well, we like having you here. You're a shit accountant. How'd you like to clean the toilets for us?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
It's a very, like, there's a cross-applicable variety of skills used in both of those jobs. I mean, in many ways, an accountant just cleans up your finances, so why wouldn't they be a good custodian? He mentioned the shop before? Okay, I will... First I'm going to speak to James, and then I will go back and grill him.
A few more questions, please.
Ever heard of auto-hypnosis, James? Self-hypnosis?
Yeah.
And what do you know about it?
Or get on with it then, I'm watching the new Graham Linehan special.
Hypnosis, I call it scrying.
Right. So you're saying scrying is just self-hypnosis?
Scrying? You can scry on anything. I don't use a mirror. I can scry watching the clouds. Maybe the water on a lake in the moonlight.
And when you're watching the water, what happens? You go into a trance.
You lose yourself and you're unconscious. You go deeper and deeper, you swim around. Try not to go too deep, because if you go too deep you start drowning. Then you get dragged down to the bottom. As long as you stay swimming, come to the surface again. Then you wake up and see the world as it really is. Like a journey to a place people talk about, but no one's ever seen.
You know, I can come back in the morning.
You're thinking about Kate, aren't you?
What makes you say that?
She bought a mirror. Sold her one last year.
Was she into using mirrors like that?
No idea. But she bought one.
Right.
Okay. Maybe she was in a trance and then drowned trying to scry off of the river.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
He said he doesn't sell them. Oh, you're right. Wait a minute. Hold on, Buster.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
We're policing by committee. You sold a scrying mirror to Kate Vine last year, and yet you... Shit, give me a moment here. And yet you don't sell the... He doesn't sell them for money, but he does sell them for candy?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
I just don't understand how or why he would sell something without selling it for money. It's like, it's just, his margins are too high. We want to go, and Ryan's dad is going to be put in the friggin' electric chair.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
So you don't know where the bag is from, but when we were talking about the mask, you think it's from Monarch Costumes. Come on.
Do you visit Monarch Costumes a lot?
No. I used to go in there occasionally. Why?
By the way, I've never heard of it.
Yes, of course I do.
You see, Paul, I thought you said you didn't know where this bag was from.
Well, maybe I do.
What, are you a cop or something?
This was used to put over my head, Paul, by a mugger. Would you like to tell me something?
Are you suggesting that I had something to do with your mugging?
Did you?
You really asked the most ridiculous questions. Of course I didn't.
So why did you lie about the shop?
Well, I didn't have anything to do with your mugging, Inspector, but I might know of somebody who did.
Go on.
Did Ryan mention Jason to you as a cleaner? Unfortunately, Ryan at some point told Jason that the DVD mustn't be removed.
The DVD!
So, when he saw you take it, he simply thought that he was doing us a favour by getting it back. He isn't exactly what you'd call one of Darwin's best examples.
Wow.
So what's on the DVD that's...
Insulting a man's genes.
Something I did myself, a little stunt I pulled to amuse the students.
What kind of stunt?
I pretended to steal from the students. I emphasize the word pretended. The students knew all about it afterwards. Everything was above board.
Steal from students? Why?
We were doing a piece about pushing the limit, so I decided I would show them how it was done. Oh, don't look so serious, Inspector. I returned everybody's things immediately afterwards. No harm done.
And when was this?
Last year sometime.
At Third Eye or Atlas?
Third Eye, I think.
And this was before or after Liam died?
Well, since you'll probably find out anyway, it happened to be on the night that Liam died, as it happens.
What a coincidence.
Before you ask. No. I didn't steal from him.
He's like, I got him.
It's a good idea to encourage students to steal, Paul.
I wasn't encouraged.
Yet I did not inhale.
Policemen are so literal. Life is shades of grey, Inspector. Much as the Force might like it. It
the
doesn't
Force?
divide neatly into blacks and whites. Now, If you don't mind, you're going to have to excuse me for a moment. You know where the door is.
Oh, he's talking about the police force, not midichlorians.
I see he was quick enough to claim he didn't steal from Liam. What kind of stunt was that anyway? And Liam dying later the same night? It's just all a bit too suspicious.
Well, you know the rules now. We get a piece of information, immediately we go bring it up to Emma. She sings like a friggin' canary.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
What do you know about Paul Rand?
Paul the Slime.
You've obviously met him then.
Yes, I
Yeah, I'm fucking his son.
What do you know about him committing a fake theft during one of the courses?
What, about him going through people's bags? Yeah, he tried that thing on me as well, weirdo.
So you were at Third Eye?
Yes. Yes, I went there for a few months after college and I left because I hated it. And I didn't know Atlas was the same thing. And I went with Simon.
Does Simon know that?
No. I didn't want to burst his bubble, so I didn't say anything.
So he doesn't know you went to Third Eye?
No.
Ah! So is that where you met Ryan as well?
Yep.
Right. What didn't you like about the
I'm gonna know her life
Well, it was
story by
just-
the end of this.
It was stupid. They just made you do things to other people and be abusive just to prove that you could, and I absolutely hated it.
What sort of things?
Oh, just stupid things. Nasty things to prove that you could do it. It was about not feeling guilty. And it was horrible. That's why I left.
And is Simon doing all of this stuff now?
No, I think they had to stop because it was just getting ridiculous. I think somebody got arrested or something.
Very interesting.
Or, you know, like maybe 2 people died, but no big deal. Alright,
That's all
Simon,
for the
hello.
moment. Thank you.
I like how everybody in this town, like, accidentally keeps getting involved in a cult. There I go culting again. I thought it was just a non-denominational group for us to get together and grow our life skills. And then it turns out all of a sudden I'm doing scrying. 2 of my friends are dead. And Simon's making more homebrew than ever.
What do you know about Paul stealing money from students? Part of a stunt or something?
What, did he do that? I've never heard about anything like that. No, it might be part of the risk-taking thing, though.
Explain that.
Well, it's part of the course. You have to do something dangerous or risky.
Dude, I love
something you
the
wouldn't
dog
normally do.
cookie jar in the background.
Well, not dangerous, just risky. Like saying something you wouldn't normally say to someone, or doing something unusual.
Like stealing from other students?
Well, we didn't do anything like that, but you have to tell everyone at the end of the course anyway. And you're not allowed to do anything that would hurt or offend anyone, or you're not allowed to do anything really bad. It's all pretend, really.
It seems a bit odd for a business course.
It works, though.
I don't know where to go from here. Apparently Emma
Leave
had a
that later on, if
contradiction.
that's okay.
Like she wasn't there on the night of Liam's death. But... hold on. Ah, yes, okay. So she was at Third Eye when Paul pulled the stunt, which we know is the night that Liam died. Yet, simultaneously, she said she wasn't there. Because she was on holiday. Problem solved.
So, you witnessed Paul's money-stealing stunt, is that right?
Yes.
But you weren't there when Liam died.
No.
Oh!
Don't quite understand that, you see, because Paul pulled the stunt on the same night. Liam died later that evening.
I must have got mixed up.
So you don't know anything about Liam's death, even though you were there on that night?
No.
Emma. I think you better explain, don't you?
Well, it was the stupid course, wasn't it?
Go on.
He's got her.
Well, we were all told to do stupid things and...
The rat's in the snake's
and then
jaws.
that thieving thing happened and so...
Take a breath, Emma.
Liam killed himself because of me.
Take her away!
Why?
Liam had a birthmark on the side of his face. And no one would mention anything, even though we all knew it was there. And they all thought it was ugly. So I thought I'd say something, and
Are you 8?
I even asked Paul if it was okay to say it.
What did he say?
He said he wouldn't mind. Then Liam killed himself. Liam's dead because of me.
I made fun of his birthmark.
Well, Emma, I'm quite sure you regret what you said, but I really don't think you caused Liam's death. There's always more to these things than meets the eye. It wasn't your fault.
We can't tell Simon, please.
Simon doesn't need to know. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Oh, 9 p.m. Basically ruined her life.
9 o'clock. Poor Emma. I suppose it's possible that what she said led to Liam's death, but I really doubt it. I blame the Rands before I blame her.
I mean, we've caught her in like 7 lies so far. But she seems pretty innocent. She's like the tutorial. Okay, I want to go. We got a lot to speak with Ryan if he's done his satanic ritual. Yeah, the music is a little, it's a little bit more dramatic now. Village tier list, let's go. Dude, I'll tell you straight up, I think Emma is high on the tier list just because she's so easy to break. Oh, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about.
So tell me more about this doll burning.
It's a symbolic ceremony we perform every few weeks on the course.
What's it about?
It's about burning your old personality and finding a new one, a better one.
So the dolls are...
You. They represent you from the past. Each doll has a picture of the student as a child or a teenager. And they burn the doll and symbolically destroy their old personality. It's quite simple but effective, I find.
And why did that girl shout?
Because it's an emotional thing. She's quite clearly become very attached to her doll. They do spend the first month with them. We tell them to take the doll everywhere with them before they actually go through the doll burning.
And you believe that's a good thing? Destroying your past?
Of course.
You guys ever hear of like gardening?
Inspector. We're all shackled to our past, particularly you by the sound of it. Perhaps we should make a doll of you, Inspector, and burn that. What do you think?
No, thank you.
You're probably right. I'm not sure it would do any good anyway.
I've insulted him by saying he's too smart to fall for my psychological tricks.
I didn't realize you were a musician.
Oh, well, I'm not really a musician. I mean, I dabble a little bit. To be quite honest with you, I'm far more interested in collecting guitars.
You're not in a band?
Well, I did audition.
Oh, he auditioned for Blackstone.
I mean, about 20 years ago. Doesn't time fly?
What band was that?
Oh, I can't remember. Something Stone.
I knew it!
Aren't they all called something Stone? Hammerstone. That's it.
Doubtful.
And you still collect?
I haven't bought a guitar for over a year. I feel I've moved on.
Oh, but he's blinking. He hasn't bought a guitar in over a year, and yet when, here's... Okay, you know what? How about this bag?
Do you know what this is?
Well, I think it's a bag. Is it a bag, Inspector?
The shop.
Oh, yes, the costume shop. Yes, we used to hire from them.
For the course?
Well, yes. For the course, at the end of each stage, we have a little party, and we ask students to dress up or try acting out.
Seems like a lot of work, man.
New selves, as it were.
Could you explain a bit more? New selves?
One of the main elements of the course is learning how to act, how to be whoever
Could have
you need
fooled
to be
me,
in any
but
given
bum.
situation. I think you'll agree, Inspector, that business is about being the right person in the right situation at the right time. What it does, it helps them to detach.
For example, I
themselves,
was my
become
father's
something
cum
new,
when I was born.
You know,
That gave me a lot of
surprising
advantages
what a little
here.
bit of cross-dressing could do for you, Inspector. You should try it.
Not at this stage.
Look, all I'm saying is he says business is being in the right place at the right time, but his dad is worth $35 million. What do you mean the right place at the right time?
Can you tell me about auto-hypnosis?
No. What would you like to know?
Do you use it on the course?
We dip into it occasionally.
And
but
yet
as
your
it's
father
a major
said you
feature of the
don't.
course, I would say that, well, a minority of the students know how to use it, but the majority wouldn't know and have a clue.
It's not a requirement of the course.
No, not at all. We don't ask people to do things that they're not comfortable with. There's no bribery, no coercion. We're thinking about phasing auto-hypnosis out, actually.
What's the reason for that?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Inspector, it doesn't actually work very well.
Well, we'll just keep asking for now.
What do you know about your father's
I know.
money
I wish I
stealing
could contradict him on blinks and gasps and
well,
coughs,
yes, that was something that
but I
Dad
can't.
decided to do as part of the shock aspect of the course.
But he went too far, you believe.
He usually does.
And do you think it did have anything to do with Liam's death?
No. Liam wasn't like that at all. I mean, that was just a simple, unfortunate coincidence. I mean, Liam had his own problems, but he didn't have any problems with the money shock stunt. No.
He covered his face with the drink. He did say an odd number of no's, which means they cancel out into a yes.
What do you know about Emma Bowman criticizing
Oh, your secret's
Liam
safe with
for
me,
his
Emma.
suicide?
I was there. I witnessed it. Well, I know Emma blamed herself for his death.
Did she?
Well, she was upset and all of that, but I wouldn't blame her, Inspector. I really don't think she had anything to do with it at all.
You don't think?
Liam was a very confident person, very outgoing, very strong individual, or so it seemed. I mean, people are free to do what they like. Even something as irreversible as bumping themselves off. Sad though that is, of course.
Well, that's a lot of information. And also a lot of sounds this guy made with his mouth, including a... Unfortunately, none of those are admissible in a court of law, despite him being a freaking weirdo. You think people are free to do what they like. However, you have a background in... So, Paul did say that there's no hypnosis used in the course, and you said there is some, but I don't think there's anything we can do about that because it's what somebody else said.
Okay, that's it for now.
So I'll see you later for now. Oh, you're right. Excuse me, let me in.
A few more questions, please.
He did say he hasn't bought a guitar in a year. But he did try to buy one from Emma recently. But we can't do anything about that. Yeah, we don't have a conversational prompt. It says shut, you madman. Yo, well, in the reading room, we gotta do something. And I think scrying makes the most sense here. Nope. If you use the broken pendant, you can access the DLC. There's no magnifying glass. Okay. Okay. Try reading. Reading what, though? Am I missing something? Use Emma's guilt? I don't like your tone, mister. Return to the hallway? Oh! Magnifying glass. It's a Cat 5 cable. A flashlight. You got a permit for that?
No, I never remember to buy one.
Okay. What if we use the flashlight in here? There's no use for the red torch here. Oh, you're right. You're gonna go back to the freaking either the garage or the back of the pub had a had an extra thing for us, but it was too dark to see. This guy's done a lot of police work in 3 hours. Let's go. Jenks doesn't own a cell phone. Car. Oh, lewd. Yo, that's a Ferrari F40.
Well, well. And there's the mask symbol again. Looks like someone's been trying to make a point.
The mask symbol in on those photos. Photos of a car vandalized with spray paint were found in the pub outbuilding. That's a 360 Spider, not an F40. Look, it's been a long time since I played Project Gotham Racing 2. The fact that I recognized any car's make just from its taillights is pretty impressive for me. Hold on. I think this is Paul's car, so I would like to speak to Paul and be like, what's up with this?
Ask you a couple more things, please. Do you know what these are?
Yes, that's Ryan's car.
Well, do it. Atlas is working out for him, then.
Toy he managed to ruin. It was vandalized sometime last year.
The car's probably like $200,000.
I don't believe anybody was ever prosecuted for it.
Well, let's ask Ryan about it now that we know it's his car. It was Liam? Look, you can't try a dead man.
Just a few more questions.
Maybe we can pin it on Emma somehow.
Do you know what these are?
Oh, yes, that's my old car. It was vandalized. I took those for the insurance company. Where did you find those?
At the pub. You know who did this?
Yes. A girl called Lisa Blint. She was on the course, very strange girl.
And why did she write the words devil worshippers all over your car?
Well, she was a very strange girl. She had a lot of psychological problems. I'm not entirely sure, Inspector. I mean, she took a dislike to the course for some particular reason. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And she asked for a refund. I declined. And she decided to spray her disapproval all over my car.
Odd thing to spray, isn't it, though? Devil worshippers?
Well, she was a very odd girl, Inspector. Maybe she thought it was a way of getting back at us. I have no idea.
Did Rebecca know about it?
Well, yes, she did, but I wasn't about to unleash Rebecca on her. She can be quite fierce sometimes, you know. And I mean, the girl wasn't vindictive. She had psychological problems.
Was she odd, though?
The rundown house at the end of the lane. Can't miss it.
Really? Right. Thank you.
Yo, new dialogue prompt. You can tell. Psychological distress. He actually took a drink.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
We've broken him. A little thirsty, Ryan? The dilapidated house at the end of the lane. I'm assuming it's maybe here? Or, I mean, not here, I'm assuming. We'll see. Near James. Oh.
Could that be where Lisa lives? Rundown house at the end of the lane. That's what Ryan said, wasn't it?
Yo, those are Nick's windows. We're gonna crack the casement.
Is it Lisa?
Yes.
Inspector Jenks, I'm investigating an incident in the village. I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
What sort of incident?
I'd rather come in and discuss it if that's all right with you. I promise I won't take long.
Plus, I'm a cop, so...
I'll just go in here, yes?
I have to go out in a minute.
Oh, look, I can come back later.
I might not be here. What did you want to ask?
I just wanted to ask you, did you know Kate Vine?
No.
Right. Well, I heard that you're familiar with Atlas, the life skills training company.
What do you want to know about Atlas?
Well, I heard you reacted badly to it.
Of course I reacted badly. So would anyone.
Now, why do you say that?
Because they're devil worshippers.
Devil worshippers?
They're making demons appear. They're tricking everybody. They're getting people to join up, then they're putting demons inside them. You can see them.
See who?
Demons.
Where could you see them?
In the mirrors.
At Atlas?
Any mirror. You can't get rid of them. They stay inside you.
So, how did you get rid of them?
I didn't.
You still see them?
I just don't look. I put all the lights on. I make sure it's all bright. I put them on when I need to look in the mirror. If I make sure everything is bright, I just see myself without seeing the other person.
Who is the other person?
She's like me, but older.
Do they have any psychiatrists in this neighborhood?
So her eyes sink in. She's all wrinkled, with a wrinkled mouth. Like she's dying. And then I realize I'm her. I'm not me anymore. I'm her. I'm sorry, I have to go now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll just stay here if you don't mind. Haven't really got my evening plans sorted yet, so just a place to crash for the night would be nice. Lisa's accusation. Lisa, just such a good name, by the way. Lisa Blint claimed that Atlas were devil worshippers. You know what? I feel like she and James would get along very well, not just because they're conveniently neighbors. Let's go see what he has to say about this devil worshipping.
Ask about a few more things, please. Do you know anyone who is interested in or involved with devil worship?
Have you met Lisa?
Which Lisa are you talking about?
Mad Lisa. Lives on her own, doesn't like mirrors.
Never mind.
Yeah, I've met her.
He's very insubordinate and churlish with respect to Lisa.
Don't you think?
How do you know her?
She came to the farm for some eggs a couple of times. Got talking to her once, that's all.
And what did she tell you?
Nothing much. Except she thought the devil was after her.
What did you tell her?
Told her the devil needs a good reason to be after you. She was just like most people, really, blind to herself. Except she was more extreme. That's all madness is. Being blind to yourself.
Well, it's a very wizened opinion. At odds with the scientific literature.
Know anything about these?
Nope.
Alright, we out.
That's all for the moment, thank you.
Hold on, I gotta do it in chat. There you go. It kinda worked. Know anything about these T-tours? What about the screwdriver? Look, we're gonna solve that mystery, but to solve that mystery, we gotta solve the murders first. Then we'll figure out what's up with the bicycle.
Couple more questions, if that's okay. Do you know anything about devil worship, Paul?
I beg your pardon?
Devil worship? Satanism?
Am I missing something here?
I heard Atlas had elements of Satanism on the course.
You were misinformed. We're a training company, we're not devil worshippers. What kind of a question is that?
So you've no interest in the occult?
No, Inspector, I have no interest in the occult any more than I have interest in pole vaulting, cheese making, or snake charming. Anything else you want to know that I'm not interested in?
That's fine, thanks.
It's kind of annoying because, like, I'm kind of interested in cheese making. And also, I mean, pole vaulting at the very least would be interesting. Not so much snake charming, but, like, the first two sound kind of interesting.
Do you think Emma's criticism of Liam on that last night led to his suicide?
I doubt it, Hal.
Did you encourage Emma to criticize him?
I didn't encourage Emma to do anything. I merely told her what we tell every student to do, to express themselves as they want.
Make fun of Liam's birthmark.
It would be out of order to criticize them after that, wouldn't it? However, I didn't expect her to criticize his birthmark, if that's what it was. That's a decision she took herself.
So you didn't know her well?
No, not at all.
Okay. He hardly knew Emma. I don't think we have anything on that, though. Didn't encourage, didn't expect. But, hold on. Hold on. I don't know. I'm not ready for an end yet. Doll burning is Ryan's idea. Okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Doll burning, yet there's no occult. Yeah, but he did say it's Ryan's idea. So we're on the same page, you and I here. I'm going to Atlas to say hello to Ryan again and be like, but then that's information from Paul's dialogue. So I don't think we can help. We gotta go. I agree. We gotta go to Emma. You start pulling that thread, the whole sweater unravels.
Has devil worship ever been part of the course, Ryan?
Am I correct in assuming that you have spoken to Lisa Blint?
You would be. She's been telling me all about the Atlas obsession with Satanism, Ryan.
Then if you've met Lisa Blint, then you will have worked out for yourself that she has a very vivid imagination. She also has psychological problems, diagnosed psychological problems, as a matter of fact.
So where did she get the idea that you lot were, devil worshippers?
I really have no idea. The girl is insane. She's frightened of her own shadow, bless her. She actually thinks that demons are possessing her even now. You really can't trust a word she says.
So you are saying there has never been any devil worship at Atlas?
I don't even know what devil worship is, Inspector. It's not something I particularly know anything about. I certainly don't recall anyone ever having worshipped the devil at Atlas. We even tried to help the poor girl by paying for some treatment, but she didn't want it.
Really?
It's not easy to offer someone help when they think that you're the problem.
Yo, but, hold on. Just hear it out for a second here. There's gotta be something here. Something related to the mask or the third eye. Where's the mask? Misk. Excuse me, where's that? There we go. Cardboard mask. Symbol represents the triple goddess, and yet... We're close. We're close to something. Hand carving. Ah! You think it's a devil sign, and yet you don't know anything about devil worship. What? This hurts. squeaky door. Okay. Let's try this again. He studied occult stuff? Did he? I'm looking. He has a background in psychology. I do want to try this one real quick. Those actually check out. Used to read about black magic and satanic rituals. Yeah. How do you reconcile these?
So, you used to read a lot about voodoo and satanic rituals, but you don't know anything about devil worship?
Well, obviously. I just meant we don't worship the devil. We're not devil worshippers here at Atlas, Inspector. Ridiculous.
But the point is, Ryan, that you claim not to know anything about it, but admitted you were obsessed with it when you were younger. Are you sure none of
Jenks
that
is like
made
a
its way
walking
onto the
YouTube
Atlas
comment.
course? And that Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything within that course?
Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything other than her own imagination, Inspector. Look, we do use some techniques that some students find difficult, disturbing.
Prostate milking, for example.
Encourage them to see things differently, that's all. And some people simply aren't up to that. Some people, like Lisa, that's why we introduced the aptitude test.
But you don't use ECT machines.
This. We ask students to fill in an aptitude test, medical history, psychological issues, that kind of thing, any medication that they have used in the past, any medication that they currently are using. Here, take a look. Basically, it's just to try and make sure that we don't get another Lisa.
Has it worked?
Well, touch wood, so far, yes.
Can I keep a copy of this?
It's not a yes.
I wonder how much importance they actually give to this test. And what are they doing that's so disturbing anyway?
Thank you. Probably be back later.
It's been a productive hour so far. I don't mean in real life. I mean in Jenks' Friday after 9 p.m. We're going to go back to the pub. I don't think she's got anything for us, but if we could get a little... We got more to make Emma sing later. Ring-a-ding-ding.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Do you know anything about this?
It's the aptitude test, isn't it, for Atlas? What do you want to know?
Do you know why it was introduced?
I think they had some trouble with some unsuitable students. I suppose you have to be careful who you work with.
Well, easy enough.
Have you ever come across anyone interested in or involved with the occult?
As in black magic? No, why?
Atlas don't use occult techniques or anything like that?
Atlas? Not unless Ryan's got a secret he's not telling me about.
Well...
He's been talking.
Just a line of
No
inquiry.
comment yet.
Okay, thanks. Have you ever seen these?
It's Ryan's car. It got vandalised last year.
Man, you can
He's
just
kind of
imagine the
used it, so I took
scintillating
pictures.
conversations
Whoever did
that
it make a
Rebecca
mess
and
anyway.
Ryan have at home.
Nobody was
Two very
prosecuted for
charismatic
Not
individuals.
that I remember. The insurance paid out, though.
It's unlikely she would know anything. Well, why not?
Did you know about Paul's money stealing at Atlas?
Are you talking about a particular incident or just in general?
It's something he did on the course. Stunt.
And what did he do exactly?
Oh, well, he pretended to steal from the students.
That
Yo,
doesn't
Jenks!
ring a bell. Paul's stunts
He told you that
usually
in
involves throwing
confidence.
fancy dress parties with scantily clad girls or women dressed as nurses. That's his usual fetish.
When was the last party he threw?
The costumes.
Sometime in the summer. I didn't stay long.
That's where you get the nurses' costumes. He is a dirty old man. What is it about the nurse's outfit? Seems like it has a high correlation with old dudes being like, yeah, wipe my ass. And then, I don't know, I find that like, the mixing of the medical and the sexual is not, those are two things that should remain separate for me at least. But I'm not Paul, so I don't know.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
I've never had a nurse at all, to the best of my knowledge, you know. Nobody in the bar yet. Okay, the restaurant, I should say. It's because for elderly people, they spend so much time in the hospital that they just get an association there. I see. Hold on. I still think, let's go speak with James. Then we'll go to Simon and Emma.
A few more questions.
What about when your balls blew up? Okay,
Thank
James
you.
is good.
Probably be back later.
I mean, I probably did have a nurse, but I was also anesthetized, so I don't remember. Oh, sorry, did I say the 14-letter word slightly incorrectly? Anesthetized?
Questions, if you don't mind. Have you seen one of these before?
No, not this one exactly, but we had to fill something similar in on the first night at Atlas.
It's Scientology.
One of those aptitude tests. No, fitness and stuff like that.
Do you ever sometimes feel sad? No, sometimes. Do you ever eat food to fuel metabolic processes? Yes, sometimes.
Have you ever heard about there being devil worship at Atlas?
Devil worship? No. Definitely not. Who said that?
It's just something I heard. Okay, thanks.
Oh, didn't even give her a chance on that one.
Do you know anything about these?
Nope. Sorry.
Fair enough. Remember that time you got that guy killed?
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Well, he is a cop. On the other hand, he promised not to discuss it. He promised.
Have you seen these before?
No. Don't know the car.
Yes. Fair enough. Kate, I'm starting to piece the...
Did you find my murderer?
No, the puzzle pieces are coming together, though.
I'm still dead, Ryan.
Yeah, it's true.
You have to find the murderer or I'm gonna be still dead.
Well, I found your driver's license, so that's a start.
You found it last week.
Yeah, you can't go far without it, though. Legally, at least.
What do you know about devil worship?
Devil worship? Where?
At Atlas.
Devil worship at Atlas? No, there's none of that.
I don't know why everyone's so sensitive about devil worship. Maybe it's just me, but that seems like one of the most innocuous parts of the game so far.
Did you do a test before you started at Atlas?
Oh, yeah. It was all just questions about if I had any illnesses or mental health problems. Or
tracking
like
and routing number for my bank account, etc., etc.
Proof, so I could have lied through your teeth on that one. Don't think they actually checked.
Interesting.
It would be easy to lie on the form. Good to know. I do feel like we have...
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Missed something. We haven't spoken to James, the caretaker, yet. Perhaps he is down the hallway at Atlas. After that, we can check the forest. Call Resin. Not necessary yet. Okay, no James. Let's go take a walk. Oh, did you hear that crow? Oops, wrong direction. Dude, I used to have a game like this on CD-ROM. Where you would go and, like, dig up dinosaur fossils and then take them back to the museum. And I was always terrible at it. Surprise, surprise. I don't know. Dude, use the scrying mirror. Bounty check time. I already checked the bounties. Sorry to tell you. Don't bother the wrenches. It's a Sunday. But I am bountyless right now. Which is an indignity I wouldn't wish on anybody. There's no use for the black mirror here. There's people on the left? Well, don't know about that. What about here? Oh, on the fishing guys. Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. Yeah, 3D Dinosaur Adventure. You know what I'm talking about. I was all about those edutainment games, dude. They get a bad rap. Sorry. I loved playing edutainment games when I was a kid. Just don't mind me, just taking my Jenks for a walk. Edutainment. Putt-Putt was lit. I mean, I never played that one because I was... I mean, the thing is, like, I was pretty much a genius by the time I was, like, 7. Quadruple-digit IQ, so I didn't need Putt-Putt. But not everybody agrees, you know? You can just hit redial, buddy. Nobody else has used... There's, like, 8 people in the whole town. Oh, Chief's gone home. I can wait. Yo, what if the demons got him? What is that? There's usually a nice lady that comes on and goes, "This number has been disconnected," or something. She went home too? Oh, in the UK they don't have that. Oh, well. Could have fooled me.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure you were not relaxing or anything like that. Ruin your Friday. I could check the restaurant, I guess? I thought we did, but... Ask Paul about the aptitude test? Now you're talking. You're right, I don't think I've done that.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Can you tell me a bit about this, please? It's the Atlas.
So what happened between you and this Renwick customer?
Exactly.
It's a test we introduced to make sure that any students didn't have any major personality problems, skeletons in the cupboard, so to speak. We introduced it because we had a little bit of a problem with one of the students.
Lisa.
He's like,
you are well informed.
Damn, he's good.
And what do you think he met
the 9th town person.
I believe that the course proved to be too demanding for her. We discovered that she had 1 or 2 psychological problems and she couldn't handle it.
And did you change
females? Am I right, Paul?
Apart from introducing the test?
We increased the entrance age to 21. Well, wasn't much, but it's about the only thing we could do. We didn't want another Lisa. We didn't want students turning around and suing us, did we?
Hold on. Perhaps Kate was not 21 when she did. But that proves she is 21? This is the UK. You can drink if you're 16. He's never seen her driver's license, and yet raised the course entrance age of 21. Nope. Liam's death. No.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
It's 16 if you're eating a meal? Wait a minute, you got a great point here. You wanted to avoid psychological problems, yet everyone knew Kate had a drinking problem. $16 with a meal from a
Thank
restaurant.
you. Probably be back later.
Hold on. Paul gifted Emma the bird pendant, yet he claims not to know her. I don't know if we can get a contradiction here. Not the broken pendant, the freedom necklace? Oh, I haven't even asked about it.
What do you know about this?
It's a freedom necklace.
He's good.
It's a symbol we use sometimes on the course. Little bird in cage flying away. Freeing themselves from their past is the analogy.
So do they get them when they join the course or something?
No, not as a rule. I think I bought one once as a present.
Oh, not for Kate, by any chance?
No, not for Kate. I can't really remember who it was for. A birthday present, maybe for one of the students.
Which student?
I've no idea.
Gotcha.
You say you didn't know Emma, yet you bought her a freedom necklace.
Oh, the walls are coming down.
So you didn't buy her one? So you did buy her one. So that means you must have known her, and quite well too.
Stop making such
Like
a big
son, like
scene
father.
of this, Inspector. Look, I've been around a few years. The clock is ticking. And I admit I have an embarrassing weakness.
Hentai.
For attractive women.
Ew!
But that's all it was.
So you're saying you tried it on with her?
No, I didn't try it on. I bought her a necklace. I'm not aware that there's a law against buying presents unless, of course, the Third Reich has been elected while I was at a bridge party.
Paul, that's Godwin's law.
Make decisions for herself. And as a matter of fact, she decided that she didn't want to be bothered with an old fool like me. So nothing happened, no mistakes, nobody got hurt. All right.
Don't
Like
do that with
father,
your tongue.
like son. No surprises there. I wonder how many students Paul has tried it on with.
That's the second time that Paul has used the exact same defense, which is like, I wasn't aware it was illegal to do something gross, unless you're Hitler. Are you Hitler, Jenks? No, I'm not Hitler. Well, I must be innocent then. We learned something. Where did that appear? Freedom necklace. Insists he didn't buy it for Kate. Yes, we know. Emma's guilt. Once tried to date Emma. Okay, good to know. Thank you.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Now we go to Emma. Knock 3 times on the window if you want me.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Hold on. Hold on. The thing... But... I've learned... It's the freedom necklace. Hmm. I think I got nothing for you.
That's okay.
I must be getting close to the end of the day because I'm like running out of potential options here.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Please, somebody come into the woods and give me a clue. Did you ask Rebecca about the test? I believe so. I did use the flashlight. What I will say, you know, there's one more place we maybe could have used the flashlight that I could think of, which is in the garage, but I don't think they'll let us back into the garage, so yeah, we can't. We tried to use the key to get back in here, and it will not work. He's already used it. So, perhaps the village hall? Oh, I thought that was like a person hiding. Freaked me out there. Nothing here. The last contradiction you need to find is on Paul. Okay.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
The aptitude test is designed to reveal psychological issues, and yet Lisa is insane. You knew Liam had personal problems. How did he make it through? Woot! Okay. Okay. Is designed to reveal psychological issues. And yet... Simon's bicycle. You have no interest in the occult, but you're always going to that costume shop. The third eye was your idea, but you got no interest in the occult. How does that make any sense? Okay. You say Liam's death was unavoidable, but you knew he had personal problems. You say his death was unavoidable, but yet you've got the psychological issues. You say Lisa couldn't handle the course techniques, and yet, no, I know this one. Nothing in the course could hurt anybody. It's impossible to be hurt or damaged by the hypnosis. Oh, let's go!
So nobody has ever been affected by auto-hypnosis, except Lisa.
Hypnosis wasn't the problem, Inspector. Lisa was the problem with Lisa. That's why we introduced the test.
But the hypnosis was the trigger, wasn't it?
Lisa arrived on the course believing we were all devil worshippers. She was nuts to start with. We didn't make her like that.
Well, as far as I can tell, Paul, you've had one student accuse you of devil worship and two others commit suicide. Some of your students aren't having a very good time on this course, are they?
Nonsense. Kate was enjoying every minute of it. She couldn't get enough of it.
Why'd you say it like that, you weirdo?
Full of the joys of life. Bubbly, confident, flirty.
With who?
You mean with whom?
With whom?
Pretty much everybody. Including me, as I remember.
Really? And, did you respond?
I don't get into relationships with students, Inspector. Company policy.
Oh, this guy's going down. So he doesn't date students.
Kate flirted with him. There's no way Paul would have turned down an opportunity like that.
Hold on. Where did our new information appear? Oh, well, let's ask about this as well.
Could you tell me a bit about this?
Had it designed by an agency.
And when was that?
Last year.
Is that when you started the business?
Yes, I suppose so.
But you also ran the third eye? Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So Emma's guilt He once tried to date Emma, but he also doesn't date students. What's up with that? Oh, he's going down, dude.
So you avoid relationships with students, except for Emma, who you tried to date.
Oh, come on, Inspector, that was a long
We're
time
pulling
ago.
the
What about
thread.
Kate Vine? Did you try to date her or not?
Oh, don't be so ridiculous, Inspector. Kate was an exceptionally clever girl. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she knew how to get it.
You mean that Kate approached you?
It wouldn't surprise me if she was playing everyone in the group. Kate had more enemies than you'd think. She was a very, very manipulative young woman.
Oh! We've done it.
10 o'clock, it's getting late. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace if I'm gonna solve this by midnight.
Okay. Oh, the music. Let's start at Atlas. She was a very good bad girl. Hey, you know your dad fucked Kate, right? Just checking. Oh! Ryan's not home. Maybe he's in the restaurant. You know those Europeans, they eat late dinners. Why does he have a time limit of 1 evening? Oh, the statute of limitations on murder is gonna run out at midnight. Just checking. Okay, that's fine. Let's go check on the pub real quick. Oh!
I really don't think it's my place, darling.
10 p.m. on a Friday, pub's closing up.
I just don't want to tell tales.
Tell him about Simon. You know what happened when he don't
Ooh. Ooh, what? It's abuse!
So it's going to be that kind of evening, is it? Only if you deal.
Problems?
Hello, Inspector. See you later.
I don't know how to feel about that interaction.
A few more questions, please.
Oh, we got nothing for you.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Restaurant, please. What are they sold out of? I can't read it. Suikoden 3? Garlic King Prawn Sizzler with rice and prawn clusters. I love rough cut white cubes. Oromorph liquid.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Yo. Prescription for Rebecca. It's my favorite book. The sequel to Flowers for and Algernon.
Ask you a couple more things, please. The cupboard downstairs, there's a lot of unopened stuff in it.
Is there?
Prescriptions. Made out to you.
Oh. They're just spare painkillers. The chemist always gives us too many. He's a friend of the family.
Found patient zero for the opioid epidemic. Okay, but like, here's the thing. She said that she doesn't take any drugs. Or medicines. But why do you have a prescription painkiller?
Aha. So, you don't take any
Jenks is
medicines
exhausted.
except for prescription painkillers.
From catching people
they're
in
not actually
lies.
For me, they're Ryan's. For some reason, the chemist always makes them out to my name.
It's fraud?
He's an old gentleman.
Does Ryan need prescription painkillers?
Yes, he's got arthritis.
Really? He's young to suffer from that, isn't he?
He doesn't have it badly, but he does need medication from time to time.
What medicine
Oh,
is
yes,
it?
the
I can tell you, to be honest.
acute
Ryan,
arthritis.
So Ryan's the one using the prescriptions. I think I might have a word with him, work out exactly what this medicine is. Thank you.
You know what? That's a very good point. He has arthritis, yet he plays the guitar. No wonder he sucks. Guitar arthritis? Dunk dunk.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Alright, buddy. What about this arthritis?
Tell me about your arthritis.
Oh, you found out about that. Well, yes, I'm old before my time.
You never know with a guy like this.
It's very unlucky to have
He could
it
be
so young.
35 or 60.
Well, I take a lot from life, Inspector. And sometimes life likes to give you a little bit back. I mean, it's not too bad, it's not too debilitating. It's mainly some in my right hand, some in my left hand.
Really all over.
It's not
My spine.
particularly a problem.
Both
It
legs.
makes it difficult to hold small things there.
Rib cage
What do
hurts.
you take for it?
I get a prescription painkiller.
How often do you need that?
Not often, as and when. I keep some here, I keep some at home. It's not a problem.
Do you think it's a problem when you consider how much you drink? Taking prescription painkillers and then also drinking 13 glasses of scotch a day? Drugs aren't allowed on Atlas's premises. Dude, I love chat resin. Thank you. You keep some at work and some at home, but you don't allow drugs or alcohol on the Atlas premises. This is, okay, doesn't keep any medicines on site, and yet you take them at work and at home. Okay, fair enough.
So, you don't keep any medicines on site at Atlas?
No.
Except your prescription painkillers?
Well, these are not available to the students.
But they are kept on site.
When the president
Yes,
does
they're
it, it's not
locked away,
illegal.
They're kept in the storeroom. Nobody would have access.
You're sure about that?
Absolutely sure.
What are the painkillers, Ryan?
They're painkillers. Just painkillers. Normal painkillers.
Paracetamol, codeine, morphine.
Well, all right, they're morphine tablets, yes.
Oh, really?
Do you have trench
Oh,
foot?
come on, Inspector. I know what you're thinking, but there's no way Kate could have had access to them.
Because they're in the storeroom.
Well, not just that. She wouldn't have even known about them, or where they were.
Sure about that?
Yes.
Oh, all caps, yes.
So it is morphine Ryan's taking. The pieces are starting to come together. Now I just have to work out how Kate got hold of it.
I'll tell you one
It was
thing.
Ryan's morphine she got hold of course.
This chemist, which I believe is British for pharmacist, absolutely needs to lose his license. He's assigning or prescribing a 35-year-old dude some fucking morphine? Is he a World War I veteran?
Do you know what the medicine in the cupboard at the pub is for?
You'd better ask Rebecca about that. I'm not exactly sure what's in there. She tends to keep her wares under lock and key. So, you know, our wedding night was quite a surprise.
What? Alright, creep. But okay, fair enough. You have arthritis in your hands, and yet you play the guitar. Seems painful. Come on! Come on! Come on! That's a contradiction, man. Sort of.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Medicine of her. I think we're done with him for now. Ask him about her medicine. Knock 3 times on the door.
A few more questions, if you don't
Ask
mind.
him about her medicine. What do you mean, though? We did. She keeps the cupboard locked. The contents of the cupboard belong to Rebecca. She said the meds were his. He said the meds were hers. Yeah, but then he also said the meds were his.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
They were talking about Simon at the pub. You're not wrong. But here we go. I'm going to go back to Rebecca. Just real quick. See if we got any new information for her.
A couple
more questions, if that's okay.
Well, I think we got it under control, actually.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, let's go speak to Simon and Emma. This time we're going to start with Simon. Oh! Look at him with his cool jacket. And his awful pants.
Bit careless, Simon. Probably nothing important, but at this stage, I need all the clues I can get.
There was a high lock. You're not wrong. I mean, what is it, though? Dropped keyring that says Saint Bernard de Menthon. If it's 10 p.m., it should be darker. Yo, it's in northern England, okay? Above the Arctic Circle. Aztec. Dean Hayfield, Managing Director.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Alright. Start with the arthritis.
Did you know about Ryan's arthritis?
Ryan? He's got arthritis?
Apparently.
Oh, I didn't know. I hadn't noticed he had any problems.
I think you dropped this outside.
Oh, he's returning it.
Oh, this is just from some IT guy I met. I don't need it.
Enough. I noticed some numbers on the back. Do you need these?
I don't know. What is it?
1905?
Oh, yeah, that's just a pin for something. It's okay, I can remember it.
So not an offshore savings account or anything?
No.
What, are you with the SCC?
It's not important.
It's a local inspector, not the Federal Reserve.
Is this yours?
Yeah. That's from my keys. Where did you find that?
Just outside.
Right. Oh, it must have come off when Nathan dropped my keys off. He was borrowing my car.
That's very trusting.
Yeah, I suppose it is. I am a bit too trusting, really. It's a new car as well.
By the way, you can take it. For whatever reason.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Wait a minute, you're
Thank
right.
you.
We
Probably
finally
back
have
later.
Simon's bicycle. All the way. Unlocked bicycle. Is the only way you can get to work yet, my dude. You got a new car. What's up with that?
Aha.
So the bike's the only way you can get to work, yes?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the car?
I can't drive the car yet, can I? I don't have my license.
Right.
I got a windfall from an insurance payout. Just figured I'd buy something sensible with it.
Buy
straight
something
away instead of
sensible?
wasting the money.
Why didn't you buy Bitcoin?
It was for a laptop. It got stolen down at Atlas.
At Atlas?
Well, they didn't break in. I think they just walked in and took it. The laptop was in a storeroom, but I think the lock was broken, to be honest.
Doesn't sound like they're taking their security very seriously.
Actually, it got a lot better after that.
Think I'll check it anyway.
Must have been a very nice laptop to be able to buy a car with the
He's right.
insurance.
He's right.
Or a very cheap car. Might have to have a talk with Ryan about his security measures.
You know what? Sounds like a great idea, Jenks. Jenks resin. Yeah, the storeroom was like... He said no one could get in because the medicine is there, but the laptop was in the storeroom when it got stolen.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Well, I'll ask you first. But I already got you.
At Atlas when Simon's laptop was stolen?
Oh, I believe I was, yes. It was taken from the storeroom in the hallway.
Was it ever recovered?
No, we didn't catch anyone. We're quite exposed out here. Somebody could just have wandered along the lanes, seen into the storeroom. It's not particularly secure. They could have been in and out within minutes. That That's why we advise people to keep their valuables with them. You can't be too careful these days, Inspector.
His eyes got so big. He actually looked like Monk ass. Okay. Storeroom isn't particularly secure, but the morphine's kept in a secure storeroom. No, okay, this is it. I thought we weren't quite there, but we got it.
So the storeroom isn't particularly secure, yet you keep your morphine tablets in there. I thought you said no one could get access to the morphine, but they could, quite easily, couldn't they, Ryan?
I didn't mean that storeroom. I meant a different storeroom.
It lives in Canada. You've never heard of it.
So where was it locked up?
It's upstairs. It's got a combination lock on it.
Oh.
Nobody could have access to it except me and Dad. Nobody.
I might have a look at that if you don't mind.
Don't mind at all.
Try your best,
Combination
Inspector.
locked room, I see. Well, I might have a look around for that. See how secure and combination locked it really is.
Oh, you know he's good. He's sprinting up the stairs. Combination lock. Flip it, baby. 1905. You could also tell by the worn numbers, although that 7's looking mighty suspicious.
Welcome to the mirror room.
What?
This exercise is all about identifying the difference between the image one presents to the world and one's real self, which lies deep in our unconscious. As you move through the network of mirrors, practice seeing yourself as a stranger. The more you separate from your persona, the more aware you will become of your true desires and ambitions. Chant with us. I am free from my image. I am free.
Don't do it, Jenks.
I am free from myself.
I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself. I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself.
Let's
this
go.
exercise involves the use of liberation masks. You have now completed Module 1.
Please
Module
flip over
2
the disc.
covers boundary testing, threshold testing, and extreme testing. Please read the notes carefully before attempting the module.
Yes, okay. What about using the scrying mirror? Okay, I mean, you gotta try. Don't do it. Yeah, this is the storeroom. This is where the laptop got stolen. Hey, buddy.
Just a few more questions, if you
Saw
don't
your
mind.
room up there. It's a little weird.
Can you tell me what you know about the mirror room upstairs?
Oh, you found that then. Well, it's very similar to the costumes, Inspector. It's designed to help the students look at themselves differently.
And what do you do with the mirrors?
You look at yourself, Inspector. You look at yourself until you start seeing yourself as others do. And you don't see yourself as you do anymore. It really, the idea is that you can see yourself eventually any way you wish.
So why in a locked room?
To make sure you're not distracted, that's all.
How often is it used?
Not often, a few times a month. Some students find it useful, some don't.
See, this is the kind of stuff I miss about living in the country. Like, every square foot in our apartment is used for an important purpose. We live in a village with like 8 people. They're like, yeah, why don't we turn our enormous 6th bedroom into a mirror room for psychological tests that help people disassociate. Just a few times a month. Okay. I feel like this doesn't even make sense. Like, this is a contradiction by itself. Like, what does that mean? Room locked so students aren't distracted. Those are two things that are unrelated. You remember in class when you were a little kid, you'd be like, not focusing, and the teacher would be like, why are you so distracted? And you'd be like, well, did you lock the door? Oh, so someone doesn't walk in during the meditation. I mean, where's the storeroom?
That's all for the moment, thank you.
I'm gonna go talk to Simon again, but like, is there another storeroom up here? Does not appear so. Okay. Alright, Simon. You're right, does not appear to be any morphine up there.
Ask about a few more things, please. Do you know about the mirror room at Atlas?
Yeah.
What's it used for?
Well, it's mainly for the auto-hypnosis module. You go in and you stare into the mirror and you go into a trance. Then when you're ready, you come back out.
Yeah, nothing weird.
Go in whenever you want to.
Oh, no. There's certain times when you're allowed in, and only they know the combinations anyway, so you can't really get in.
But you don't know the combination?
No.
Obviously ridiculous.
Aha.
That's just a bad lie.
So you didn't know the combination to the locked mirror room?
Nope.
Except you'd written it down, hadn't you? This is the combination to the mirror room, Simon. You wrote. It isn't a pin, it's a combination.
Yeah.
You see, this sort of thing makes me suspicious, Simon. What were you doing in there that you didn't want anyone, including me, to find out?
It's just part of the course, isn't it? I just wanted to go in there when I was ready.
On your own? You didn't give the number to anyone else?
No.
Simon, there was morphine kept in that room that might have played a part in Kate Vine's death. Did Kate have the number?
Yes, okay. We both went in.
Together?
We were trying to outdo each other. We both tried to morph in.
You know how
What do you
kids
mean
are.
trying to outdo each other?
It's part of the course. To see how far you can push yourself.
Mom, it's part of the course.
See if you could do something you wouldn't normally do.
When was this?
A few months ago.
How often did you try it?
Only that once. I'd never do it again.
How about Kate?
I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, that's the fastest hour.
So that's how Kate got the morphine. But what exactly does this testing involve? Could this have been what killed Kate? 11 o'clock. Just an hour left to solve this thing.
What's the game percentage at? Yo, 81%. We've progressed like 50% over the course of the show so far. Replay a scene for me. Okay, well, let's think about this. I don't know I said it like that. Every day the music gets 10% louder. Alright, Rebecca, tell me about this mirror room.
Couple more questions, if that's okay. Do you know anything about a locked room at Atlas with mirrors in it?
Not off the top of my head, no. I think that's a question for Ryan.
What do I look like, a mirror dealer?
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry.
Hold on, it's a good opportunity for a new meme. Do you know anything about this and then dang coin?
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry.
There you go.
Have you seen this before?
No.
Fair enough.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Yo, those whispers sound like they're coming from inside of my own skull. Hold on, we were just talking to you. You're good. let's go speak to Paul. He's probably asleep right now.
A few more questions, please. Can you tell me about the room with the mirrors at Atlas? The one with the combination lock?
How did you get in there?
I was given the code for the combination.
By Ryan?
Well, nobody else is allowed to know the code, are they?
And not in theory.
So how is the room used on the course, then?
It's a meditation room where the students can reflect on themselves, literally.
I get it, yeah, it's
and
a
what
mirror.
about the CD?
Well, that helps too, it's part of the program.
So you send the students into the room, they put the CD on, they stare into the mirrors. And how long does this last for?
Until the CD finishes or they fall asleep. What else would you like to know?
Nobody's allowed to know the combination code. We already know that Simon knew the combination code.
Do you know who this is? Dean Hayfield, Aztec.
Sorry, never heard of him. We have some prisoner of a sort who does our IT.
Some prisoner sort?
Large guy. No manners.
You mean like an ex-con? Or... I really don't know what that could mean, except for an ex-con. Unless he's a prisoner he's a prisoner for them. They've imprisoned him.
And what do you know about Simon's laptop being stolen from Atlas?
No, I wasn't happy about it.
What did you do about it?
It was a razor.
Paid a con man to install a complicated CCTV system. At twice the price that it would probably have cost. Seemed to do the trick, though. We haven't had a theft since.
So is he a con man, or an ex-con, or a current prisoner?
Seen this before anywhere?
No.
When did Ryan begin to suffer from arthritis?
Ryan doesn't suffer from arthritis.
And yet he does.
The only thing that Ryan suffers from is a pathetic inability to deal with any kind of...
Oh my god, it's too close to home, man.
He pulled his back sometime last year. Since then, he's going around telling everybody he suffers from arthritis.
I thought he had medication for it.
Oh, he only has medication because his GP, who is almost as dysfunctional as he is, keeps prescribing it for him.
So you don't believe he really has arthritis?
Not at all.
Well, he just sold out his son. Ryan has a low pain threshold. Okay. I don't know if there's anything we can do there. Nobody's allowed to know the combination code. Purge, please. At least in theory. Yes, the text, it doesn't quite fit in the box. They have their own IT guy, and yet Ryan paid somebody to install a big old CCTV system. What's up with that? Alright, alright.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Just thinking about it. Stop by at James's house. Oh! Definitely not a blue filter put over the daytime. It's me with my DoorDash driver. We shot this at night, trust us. You know, your mom's always like, go to bed, sweetheart, it's almost blue out.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Whoa. He doesn't know anything.
Seen this before? Don't think so.
Recognize this at all?
Yeah, he fixed my laptop.
Does he live locally?
I think so.
Oh, but his eyes. You think James stole the laptop? I don't know. You might be
That's
right.
it for the time being. Thank you.
Dude, the door is so blue. It's like so dark out, it's hurting my eyes. Where's James on the power rankings? I don't know. I gotta figure out what crimes he is or is not guilty of. Just checking. Okay. What a tiny stove. And yet, your meals are so large. Yo, Chad, I'm sorry to tell you, okay? That's a tiny stove.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Yes, it is. You come over here, you see our stoves. You'll be like, wow, that's a stove.
Know anything about this?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. We have our own IT chap. Lovely chap, in fact. Fat and sweaty, though.
Yeah, well,
it's like a double act, doesn't it?
Are you the IT guy?
Have you seen this before?
No, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
I agree. It's time to speak with Emma. If this man is fat, why is his stove so small?
If you don't mind.
Alright, Emma's gonna sing like a freaking canary. Guaranteed.
Did you know about Ryan Rand's arthritis?
Arthritis? I didn't think Ryan had arthritis.
Have you seen this before?
Nope. Sorry, never heard of him.
Oh, I don't know. She made too much eye contact. That's like a suspicious amount of eye contact maintenance.
What do you know about this?
This is Simon's. I bought this for him when we were on holiday. Has he lost it?
Nah, he just gave it to me.
He can't keep anything.
Well, you can have it back now.
Did you know about Simon's laptop being stolen?
Yeah, because it had all my college work on it, which I hadn't backed up or saved.
Well, that sounds like your fault.
Not that it mattered much, but I did buy a new one.
Well,
And Simon uses it now. When I let him.
then why did he use the insurance payout for a car? Laptop got stolen. You get the insurance payout, you buy another laptop. And a car. Something doesn't add up here.
Do you know about the mirror room at Atlas?
Mirror room. No, I heard about it, but I think it was only for the students later on in the course. Something like that.
He's a genius. He offset the cost onto her. Atlas works, dude. He already saved like 1,500 bucks. It's a tough one. I do think so. Something it has to be related to the IT guy here.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
I think first step. Oh, the Chief's definitely asleep here. We're just gonna take a walk for a little bit. Let's start down here. Oh, maybe Lisa's back. That's what we didn't even investigate. Nope, apparently not. Nobody. Hello. How's it hanging? Town hall still closed. No, it's see, I don't want to. That's fine. So we're gonna go left along Woods Lane. Here we are. Woohoo! All right, now to investigate the woods. Don't see anything here. That's let's go back into the woods. Okay. Go along the... Go back to the junction. See, we're going to go ahead into the woods. There we go. No cutscene. Go to the jetty. Eat some spaghetti. Go right, deeper into the woods. Go right into the clearing. Oh, I knew it.
Just keep pushing.
They giving birth out here?
Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You can push it all the way in, Tom, if you want to. Excellent, Tom.
Excuse me. Would someone care to tell me exactly what's going on here?
Don't come any closer.
That man needs a doctor.
He doesn't.
I don't need a doctor. I'm fine. Go away.
Mom!
What is this?
It's a raid. I can't pause the game.
What?
What does it look like? It's a threshold test. A pain threshold test. I thought, you were supposed to be good at working things out. Inspector Jenks.
And so this would be for Atlas, would it? Kyle?
You disappear now.
It's not a good idea to talk to a police inspector like that.
Do you want me to make you?
It's okay, Tom. Mr. Jenks won't be bothering us anymore.
Don't make any rash commitments.
You know how Jesse Plemons is like Meth Damon? This guy is like Methy Plemons. It's the third order Meth Damon.
Well, well. You really should take more care of your things, Ryan.
You're telling me, buddy.
Is your keys, Kyle?
No.
So that's threshold testing, is it? Sticking a skewer through your hand? I could just ask Ryan or Paul directly about this, but I think I'll bide my time. See what I can do with this key fob first.
Okay, a car key fob. Where? The car was in the garage behind Ryan and Paul's house. Yeah, steal the TT. Absolutely true. Breep, breep. That's the lock button, you madman. This has got to be illegal now. Don't really pride themselves in their legroom, do they?
Bingo. Well, Ryan, what have you been up to? Be very interesting to see how he explains this one.
$500 check. See, that's a or £500 check, I guess. I gotta say, that's probably like a little bit more realistic for the cost of that window. Why did he close the door like that? Extremely fair. It was a very strange way to close a car door. Have you never written a check, chat? You always write only on them? I write checks pretty frequently because I'm 500 years old and also a very important businessman. I've never written only on a check. I do write even on checks sometimes. You know, you get $125 even. But I guess it depends on the format of the check. Yeah, you can write 00 over 100 as well. You write only so that nobody can add anything after that. See, I never considered that. Maybe it's time to move away from a piece of paper as being a promissory note. In the era of counterfeit devices such as pens and pencils.
Would you like to explain what this is, please, Ryan? £500 intended for Kate. It fell out of your car. At least I assume that's your car on the driveway at Brandon House.
I suppose so.
So why were you going to give Kate £500, Ryan?
It was just a little incentive, that's all.
Oh, but you never bribe students!
Not very little, Ryan. £500.
She was a very good student. We heard that she was leaving. You wanted to give her something.
But you didn't.
Well, obviously not.
Are you sure there wasn't any other reason you might want to give her this? Personal reason?
No!
Well, I'd like to keep hold of this for a little while, if you don't mind.
Well, don't consider it a bribe, will you, Inspector?
Well, my name's not Kate Vine, so it's not like I could cash it anyway. So you never, I don't know where this is, but you said you never bribe students. Maybe that was Paul that said it. Oh my word. It was an aptitude test? No. Hold on. There's a lot of things to click through. It's in Screwdriver. Don't make me laugh. It might be Paul. Oh, there you no, you're right. Students are coerced or bribed in any way. It's an auto-hypnosis.
Aha. So, students aren't coerced or bribed in any way, except Kate.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You said you
He's
were going
crumbling
to give
like a
Kate
good
the
chèvre.
£500 as an incentive. That's coercion, isn't it?
I really don't think you could call it coercion, Inspector. It was an incentive, that's all, a little encouragement.
So, how often do you use incentives?
Okay, incentive is probably the wrong word. The money was just to see how Kate would respond. It was part of her assessment.
Assessment?
We have to assess students as they progress. We don't use conventional methods like sitting an exam or anything like that. People pay for this course per session. We have to know if they're committed or not.
So you're assessing their progress and testing their commitment?
Yes, we are. We have to. This is a business, not a charity.
So Ryan's claiming the money was part of Kate's assessment. And did this assessment also involve threshold testing, I wonder? Or was the money for something else?
It's a business, not a charity. Which is why we gave one of our customers £500 to incentivize them sticking around. I'm starting to realize the brains of this family might be located at Brandon Manor.
That's it for now. Thank you.
She didn't cash the check though, so no money lost. It's just that simple.
Now, why do you think Ryan might want to give Kate a cheque for £500?
I've really no idea. Where did you find it?
Just outside.
You better ask him.
You think Ryan was interested romantically in Kate?
I know he has a weakness for blondes, but I didn't think it had gone so far as his offering them cash.
Well, it's a check, actually. She's not blonde as well? She's quite clearly a brunette. I don't know how you would... Is he colorblind?
Thank you.
Just dark blonde. Alright, well, let's go speak to James. Wait, this is not James, this is Lisa, but she's not home. His wife is also not blonde. You're not wrong.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Oh, he definitely wouldn't know. Why even bother asking?
Probably be back later.
Yeah, I think you're right. Go investigate the farm a little bit because he just received a package. Maybe he's growing morphine. Greenhouse number 1. Simon is blonde. You know what? Fair enough.
Do you think? Go into the larger greenhouse. Ah, that door looks secure. Clanks!
So James is interested in poppy pods, is he? I think he's got some explaining to do.
It's Clark's. I'm sorry to tell you, it's Clank's. My dude's growing morphine here. Just a small-scale opium den. Ring-a-ding-ding.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
You got a permit for those poppies?
What can you tell me about several boxes of dried poppy pods in the greenhouse back there?
Feel free to take some if you want.
What are they for, James?
Decoration? Why?
Decoration.
There's a big market for them among the over 70s.
So what are you doing with them?
Selling them to grannies.
But
Okay,
he doesn't
James,
care
let's
about
just cut to
profit.
the chase. Are you extracting opium from them?
Me? I can honestly say I've never done anything like that, Inspector.
Sure about that.
Scout's honour.
And who was the guy delivering them?
A friend. Someone gave them to him. He asked me if I wanted them. I said I'd have a look and see if I liked them.
You just thought you'd have a look. No particular reason?
I'm a plant scientist, that's what I do.
Have you ever sold them to anyone else?
I only got them a few minutes ago.
In the past. You know Kate's body had opium in the blood when it was found?
No, I didn't. Hey, that's nothing to do with me.
Let's hope not.
He's selling them. Excuse me. I soft-locked it somehow. He's...
That's all for the moment.
Okay,
Thank
the
you.
thing is, just let me... I want to go back in, please. Let him think he's gotten away with it, then we go ring-a-ding-ding.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Box of poppy pods. You're selling them to pensioners. But when it comes to the scrying mirror, you don't sell them for profit. It appears you have problems with capitalism, and yet you're engaged in the systems of commerce that prop it up. Curious, isn't it?
Be back later on, if that's okay.
An observation is not a contradiction, and yet sometimes it is. I just want to peep this real quick. I doubt there's anything in here, but... Okay, fair enough.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
What about this box of poppy pods?
Know anything about poppy
Oh, it's
pods?
been very
Come across
echoey
anyone
tonight.
Selling them or anything?
Poppy pods. Well, don't tell anyone, Inspector, but I hear that you can make opium out of those. Why do you ask?
Doesn't matter.
Roka. He knows opium can be extracted from poppy pods. Of course. Who doesn't? But he has no interest in drugs. How does he know that? Okay, that's just common knowledge. Doesn't know anything about plants, but he knows opium can be extracted from poppy pods. Seems a little flimsy, I'll admit.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Maybe it has something to do with Simon's homebrew. Yo, Kate, thank you for the resubscription.
A few more questions, please.
Ruka. Hello, my son, Ruka.
Odd question, but have you ever seen anyone handling dried poppy pods?
Poppy pods? As in, for opium? No. Though James did have opium tea once, I think.
Where did he get it from?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't ask. James does his own thing.
What does opium tea taste like?
I don't know. I didn't try it.
Really?
I didn't want to risk it, did I? But I went to hospital once. I had codeine and I went into anaphylactic shock. The doctor said it was an opium derivative, apparently, so...
Hey, my dude. You took morphine, you madman. Are you insane?
Aha. You and Kate took morphine in the mirror room. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you're allergic to opiates, Simon. Opium. You didn't take the morphine at all, did you?
Well, no, I didn't. Kate did, though.
I thought you were trying to outdo each other.
Love to lie
That's the
about
point,
doing
wasn't it?
crimes.
We weren't trying to outdo each other as such.
Go on.
Ryan wanted me to test Kate. To see how far she would go to be prime candidate.
What candidate?
Prime candidate. It means
Twitch
the
prime
best
candidate?
person in the group, basically.
What do you mean test her?
But you do it in pairs. One person's the tester, it's me. And the other person's the...
victim?
Well, it's not like that. It's completely consensual. It's just boundary testing. Ryan wanted me to test Kate.
Because they thought she was the best student.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I just did what I was told, okay?
Except you decided to give her morphine. To break the law.
Well,
Yeah.
I can't change that now, can I? She didn't die of a morphine overdose, did she?
She died because she drowned. But she drowned for reasons that aren't clear. Atlas seemed to have this all neatly worked out. If Simon's telling the truth, Atlas are lighting the fuse and then retiring to a safe distance, letting students test themselves and push themselves to their limits while avoiding all comeback. Is this what happened to Kate?
But why? It's a little bit of a complicated plan.
Do you know what a prime candidate is at Atlas?
Yes, it's what every student wants to be. It's the best student. Apparently you get a great high-paid job afterwards. I don't think that really happens, though.
Did you
Yo,
know
was
anyone
Liam also
in
a
the
prime
running to
candidate?
be prime candidate?
What, like Simon? I don't think they picked Simon, to be honest.
He is pretty dumb.
Well, he's got too many morals, and you can't have both at Atlas.
Strange question. Have you ever known of anyone selling dried poppy pods?
Poppy pods? Don't think so. Isn't that opium?
Kind of. It's okay.
I mean, they all drank the herbal tea. I'm just throwing that out there. Jenks is like, hey, it's cool, man. He's like, yeah, I'm not a cop. I'm an investigator. It's two different things. These morals are incompatible with Atlas. I don't think there's anything... that we can touch on here. Yeah, I think we'll just keep investigating.
Thank you.
The check? No, I wasn't allowed to ask about the check. Has the screwdriver been put into play? That's the end game. Guaranteed. She was trying to unscrew the back of her VCR remote and she slipped into the water and drowned because she was high on opium.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Now, tell me what a prime candidate is.
You're learning a lot, aren't you, Inspector?
Do we have to do this
Prime
every time?
candidates are simply the best students. The ones with the most potential.
And what benefits do they get from that?
Well, they get the top job.
Which is?
Well, we have a deal with various multinationals. We train students to be exceptional, truly exceptional. And they get a wonderful top job. It's a very simple deal.
So simple.
And how do you decide who the prime
Top of the
candidate
class,
is?
you get a
Do you
top
test
job.
Students?
No,
Did you ever, say, ask Simon to test Kate, for instance?
Oh, you've actually been speaking to Simon, haven't you? I really wouldn't trust anything that Simon Thompson says. You know, he spent the best part of 2 months trying to undermine Kate. No. Now, Simon Thompson, it really isn't my place to speculate, but if you're looking for motives, Inspector, he certainly had a few motives. More than I.
A motive to kill her, do you mean?
Now, that's very interesting, Inspector. Well, that's up to you to decide.
Guilty conscience? Students aren't tested. Simon had been trying to undermine Cade. Prime candidates get a very good job. That's just a doubted by itself. But I do feel like, wasn't there like Kate was not a very good student? She was drunk at the meeting. How could she be a prime candidate if she's drunk all the time? Well, wrong click. I don't think it's going to work either way. But Cat, relax. Okay. Students aren't tested, but there's an aptitude test? Ooh. That's a very valid point, except I cannot click on it whatsoever. His arthritis? Yeah, his arthritis is not a problem. Threshold test. Where's the threshold test, though? We were never given an option for a threshold test, were we? My cat, please stop licking and biting my hand. The CD on the mirror room mentioned a threshold test. Yeah. But we don't have that option in the menu, is what I'm saying.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
I'm gonna check the mirror room upstairs. And then I will leave the mirror room immediately. Why does it say check? It just says check. You're saying check over and over. The check was a test to see how she would react. Yeah, but it don't have the menu option, you son of a gun.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Little incentive versus students aren't tested. Okay. No ulterior reason. Students aren't tested. Heard she wanted to leave, but students aren't tested. No, just check it. See, people keep saying check, C-H-E-C-K, and then check, C-H-E-C-K, to refer to the financial document, but also the verb to inspect something. It makes it very confusing. Gave Kate the money to test. There you go. Students aren't tested. We got it.
Well, which one is it, Ryan? Do you test students or not?
Well, some of them, yes.
Including Kate?
Yes.
Why was she being tested?
She was being tested because we wanted to see if she was good enough to become prime candidate, okay?
So Kate
was
in the running to be prime candidate?
Yes!
And did you ask Simon to test her?
Yes, I did. But I didn't ask him to do anything stupid. He knew it was against course rules.
How far did you ask him to push her?
I didn't ask him to push her. I asked him to test her. There's a huge difference!
He is pissed, man.
If Simon decided to give her too much caffeine or morphine or whatever, that's his responsibility. So if he did anything wrong, it was his own responsibility. He did it with his own mind and his own hand. We had nothing to do with it.
Can we get a new sound guy?
Midnight, and still no suspect, unless you count everyone I've interviewed. It's no surprise that Ryan wants to avoid any suggestion of being responsible for Kate's death, but I wonder if the man protests just a little too much.
Anybody getting a late dinner? Doesn't appear so.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Did you know Kate Vine was a prime candidate?
No.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Do you know what a prime candidate is?
At Atlas. Is the best student.
And what does that mean?
It means they get a guaranteed job with a very good salary. Well, that's the idea anyway.
But?
Mostly they aren't up to it.
What happens then?
They get sacked.
What? So they get the top job, and then they're bad, so they get fired. Is this correct?
What do you know about poppy pods?
Go on.
Ever come across anyone trying to sell them or anything like that? Maybe even in here?
Not that I remember.
Fair enough. See you
that's all
later.
for a moment. Thank you.
Next, we will speak to James. Well, no, it's 12. Lisa might be back. Or she might be dead. Yeah, we're going to do the classic walkabout again.
A couple more questions, if that's okay.
Well, alright, never mind, James. See you later.
Okay.
Hey, chat, do you like schnitzel? Is this a ligma, or are you actually asking about a food product? Because, I mean, who doesn't like a fried meat cutlet? Take a schnitz on these nuts? It's just foul.
A few more questions, please. Thank you. What do you know about poppy pods?
Poppy pod?
Ever come across anyone selling them, using them?
This guy's old enough to have been in an actual opium den, so I don't buy this at all.
What are prime candidates?
The best of the bunch. The peaches.
And so what does it mean to be a prime candidate?
Success. We have a special relationship with many major international companies. We provide them with our best students. And they get an instant job.
And what do you get out of it?
Well, it's a little kickback. It's just business, Inspector.
Are you a human trafficker?
Was Kate a prime candidate?
Well, as Ryan has probably already told you, yes, she was.
Did you ask Simon to test her?
Yes, it's company policy. Leaders don't get involved.
And it covers your back, of course.
Well, nobody knows the students better than they do, Inspector. It's much better to let them just work it out among themselves.
It isn't very professional to force students to test each other to the point where one of them gets killed, Paul.
We don't force students to do anything that they don't want to do, Inspector.
So you don't force them into being tested?
No, we don't encourage anybody to hurt or offend anybody else here.
You don't use threshold testing, for instance?
No. If Simon Thompson went too far with Kate, that's his responsibility, not ours. He's the one you should be speaking to, if truth be told. I don't trust him myself.
Yo, Simon's just the fall guy, 100%. They don't use threshold testing, and yet. And yet... the thing is... now, the mirror room is used for meditation. Oh, the CD mentions the threshold test. You are correct.
Aha. You say you don't endorse threshold testing? That's the phrase, isn't it?
Yes.
Except you do, Paul. Because you told me that the students use that CD in the mirror room. I've listened to that CD, and it very clearly mentions threshold testing. You keep batting this away, Paul. We don't really use hypnosis. The students aren't really tested, but I am this close to launching a full-scale investigation.
Look, we get a kickback from these students, and they have to be exceptional. Of course we have to test them. That doesn't mean we do anything illegal. What do you think we do? Bump off the ones we don't like?
Well, that depends on how far you push them, doesn't it?
Well, we certainly don't kill them. Nobody here wanted Kate dead.
I'm sure they didn't. But what do you expect, Paul, when you put students under that much pressure?
She was a very, very valuable student. She was worth a lot to the business.
Really? And how much would that be?
But if you really want to know, 50 grand.
She was worth 50 grand?
Yes.
What, you were selling her?
Of course we were selling her. You don't get this, do you? We make perfect employees. Month after month. That's all we do.
What do you mean, perfect employees?
What big business needs, Inspector, more than anything else, is none of this altruistic, goody-goody crap.
Is this
what
Paul
we
Ryan?
Look for is people with ambition, no ethics, push, greed is good, all right? We don't deal with all this comfort stuff. The survival of the fittest. That's all there is. There's no higher purpose, no big plan. There's nothing at the end of the rainbow, except what you have and you can enjoy in the here and now.
And what do you enjoy now, Paul?
You're gonna have to excuse me, Inspector. I'm a very busy man. I've got work to do.
It's midnight on a Friday and you're 100 years old. It's the worst lie of them all.
I'll see myself out.
Oh, it is in the dead of night.
Lovely man, your father.
Shut the gates on your way out.
It's so blue I can barely see.
He's doing his level best to shut this place down. Get rid of him.
He's a policeman. We can't just...
You sort this. You man up and you sort it. Tonight.
The villainous Kyle. Also, shut the gate, though. Like, you're not a monster. Thank you. Okay. Now.
That doesn't sound good. Two totally morally bankrupt men are plotting to get rid of me. It's midnight. I don't have any backup, and I don't even have a mobile phone. This is potentially quite bad. And what's Kyle got to do with it? I think I might make my way over to Atlas while Ryan isn't there.
Oh.
Maybe lock myself in.
Genius.
Damn.
Oh.
I suppose it was too much to hope that Ryan had left the place open.
Call the chief, please. I refuse. Screwdriver doesn't work. There's also a key, though. There's no use for the silver key. Oh, okay. Let's just go for a little walk in the woods, then. You know? What could go wrong? I knew it.
Prove to me that you're man enough to do this, Kyle, and then you can deal with that ridiculous
Ridiculous, Police Inspector.
What? Is that Emma?
What is this? What the hell? Scotland Yard, not hell. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, Jinx.
Hello, Inspector. What are you doing here?
Inspecting. So, come on. Let's have it.
I don't think you'd understand, Inspector. The best thing that you can do is turn around, go away.
Could you perhaps disarm this man?
What?
That knife gives me a perfect right to stick my nose in, investigate, and interfere.
This is all part of the Atlas course. It's a physical endurance exercise.
Drop the knife. The knife, Kyle!
Kyle.
Drop it!
Drop it.
Not looking 100% brilliant for you, Ryan.
Well, please, Inspector, you've poked your nose into Atlas's affairs enough times to know that imaginative flair is part of the course's success. Our lessons are reinforced by a unique emotional experience.
Terror?
It's an extremely evocative tool.
Well, it's a good job you're not in charge of the national curriculum.
Oh, British education joke.
I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're thinking. But believe me, Atlas had nothing to do with the deaths of those people.
Eyewitness account of a satanic sacrifice in the woods. That's not what we call circumstantial evidence, Ryan.
Simon. Now, I saw Simon walking home with Kate last Friday after the meeting. Now, Simon had some strange idea that he was in the running to become prime candidate. Well, a knob of butter has more chance of becoming prime minister. Oh, wait.
So you telling me?
Oh, no.
Simon killed her. Well, it seems reasonable. It's likely, isn't it?
Any more likely than you?
But the bumch.
Pig! I know. Police brutality. It's all right. You okay?
Take the mask off, you weirdo. Jenks, you're so weird. You gotta at least identify the victim. Mostly because I know it's Emma. Now that we know it's Emma, if we had that proof, we could go back and get her to sing like a canary.
Ask you a couple more things.
Just a totally normal cop knocking on your window at 12 a.m.
Did Simon mention walking home with anyone after the meeting last Friday?
No, he just came home. Why?
He didn't mention walking home with Kate?
No, definitely not.
Do you know whether Kate was in the running to be prime candidate or not?
I don't, but I do think she would have been chosen. Just because she was...
Oh, watch out, you got a booger.
You didn't discuss it with Kate.
So do you. But, well,
No,
we got a little boogie right there. Okay, visit
that's
Simon.
it for now. Thank you.
Simon, Ryan has accused you of potentially murdering Kate Vine.
What would you say if I said it's been suggested that you were seen walking home with Kate after Atlas last Friday?
What? By who?
The same person
You mean by whom?
who suggested that you wanted Kate out of the picture because you found out she was in the running to be prime candidate.
Who said that?
Just a question.
I didn't think I was in the running. It was Ryan, wasn't it?
I am in no position to say.
It was Ryan.
Simon, calm down.
No, I can prove it. Kate's driving license, give it to me.
Why?
Kate's driving license, please. See that pattern on the tape there? Let me show you something.
Watch out, he's got a book!
See this pattern? Now look at that. It's the same pattern. This has come from the same roll of tape as this.
So?
So there's only one person that's taped like that. Ryan. He gave me this piece of tape when I was in his office once. Why has Kate's driving license got a piece of Ryan's tape on it?
I have no idea, Simon.
Where did you find it?
Oh, by the lake.
It's obvious, isn't it? Ryan was testing her. He was doing a boundary test to see how much she would do, how far she would go to be a prime candidate. But it all went wrong. Okay. It's one of the things we do at the course.
I'm so sick of hearing
You
about the
give
course,
something
man.
that's important to you to someone else. Then they go and hide it somewhere. It's to teach you to not be bothered when you lose something that's important to you, alright? Kate gives her driving license to Ryan. Ryan goes and hides it somewhere down the lake. Kate finds out, she goes down looking for it, probably drunk, and she falls in.
I'm afraid I find that a bit far-fetched, Simon.
It makes perfect sense if you know anything at all about how Atlas works.
But Simon, if you got the tape from Ryan, Kate could have got it from him.
Or from the
told me he
tape
doesn't
store.
lend it out.
He lent it to you.
It's very
Well, I
important,
didn't kill her.
sentimental,
Do a lab
bespoke
test
tape.
on the card. His DNA will be all over it.
And what if yours is all over it?
It won't be. I didn't kill her. I'm sorry. Just give me a minute. I need some painkillers.
Well, we've lost Simon. He's getting a gun. Jenks. Pull out your whistle. Fight fire with fire.
Where did he go in such a hurry? Was he trying to act as suspiciously as possible?
Take out the screwdriver. It's true. You think he's at the lake? We always get a cutscene at the jetty. No? Okay. What, he's at Atlas. He used his keys to get into Atlas. And that's gonna let us get into Atlas. That bird sound. He went to Lisa Blint's house.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Do you know anything about this patterned sticky tape?
Ever seen tape like this anywhere before?
No.
Do you know how well Simon knew Kate?
Not really.
Did you ever see them together?
So why? Do you think he killed her?
I've no idea. Do you think he'd be capable of that?
Do you think we're all capable of it?
We didn't really come here for a
Sure.
philosophical discussion.
So you've never been in your police car responding to an incident? Driven past a school at high speed?
Dunno. Maybe.
Well, you've answered your own question then. When you've got a need and things get in your way, it's human nature to either ignore them or get rid of them. Any way you can. That's all murder is, isn't it?
Maybe you're right.
But maybe he's not
Thank
at
you.
all right.
I'll probably be back later.
My dude's just begging the question. Take me to Ryan's house where we're gonna confront Simon. We can't go into Ryan's house. Okay. We can go behind Ryan's house. We're gonna go to the pub, and they're gonna be in the back of the pub. He's going to be having dinner in the restaurant. I agree. Watch out, they're sold out of the crab souffle. Okay, ring the bell.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Hey, your husband's trying to kill me.
Have you seen patterned tape like this anywhere before?
Oh, Ryan's got some. I know, because I borrowed it.
But it means so much to him.
Ago?
Have you still got it?
I don't think so. I haven't seen it since then.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
You're right, he never lends it out. Sorry. I need to go
More
speak with you.
questions, if that's okay? That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Sure, it may be his wife, but he said he never lends it out, even to her. Please. Alright, I mean, we can speak to Emma and be like, hey, do you know where your boyfriend went?
A few more questions, please. Have you seen this anywhere before?
Oh, what was that?
I've seen it somewhere, but can't remember. Sorry, no.
You use the scrying mirror? There's a demon in the
Be
room?
back later on, if that's okay.
People are saying pub window, but like when we went behind, we were unable to investigate the window. The window is there, you can see the garbage bag. But how are we supposed to interact with this? Use the tape? There's no use for the pattern sticky tape here. Use the torch? There's no use for the red torch here. Hold up. Because she taped up the window. Ah, I see your contradiction. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one there. So we are going to tell Rebecca you haven't seen the tape for 2 months, but yet you taped up the broken window with that same tape. Ryan's special, bespoke, individual tape that he never lends out. Well.
You last saw that sticky tape 2 months ago, is that correct?
Yes.
So how come you used it last week to tape over the broken window outside? That's the same tape.
Well, I must have been mistaken.
You see, the reason I'm asking is that it's exactly the same tape that was found attached to Kate's driving license, found at the scene. The tape that only Ryan has. Ryan, and of course, you.
So what are you saying?
Who's got the tape now? Do you know
The
where
murder
it is?
weapon.
No.
The
No, I
sticky
don't know where it
tape.
is. Why are you asking me about this tape?
You seem nervous, Rebecca. Is there a problem?
Well, you're practically accusing me of having something to do with that woman's murder, aren't you?
I wasn't accusing you of anything, Rebecca. Unless there's something you'd like to tell me.
No, I wouldn't like to tell you anything.
Okay, well, that's fine. Obviously, we'll be swabbing everyone in the area for DNA, so if anything comes up on Kate's license, DNA traces.
What'll come up? Nothing will come up. Right, I've had enough. I've got to get back.
Rebecca! Would you like to explain to me exactly what is going on?
It all started at the
Which
tape
meant the fact that
factory.
some leggy bitch was trying to steal my husband.
Oh.
I think
Motive.
you had better tell me what you know, Rebecca.
Okay, you want to know what I know? Kate Vine seduced my husband and was going to blackmail him. Not only did she sleep with him, that whore did it just for his money, our money.
How did you work that out?
I heard her. I knew it was her arguing with Emma Bowman. Emma was trying to talk her out of it.
And how did she come to be at the lake?
She dropped that driving license thing when she came in. She was drunk. She dropped her bag. I took it out to the woods and stuck it over the lake. Then I waited for her. When she came out, I told her where it was, that someone had just run off into the woods with it.
You led her to the lake.
She was reaching out over the lake to get it. I didn't do anything, she just fell in.
But you let her drown.
It was dark, I couldn't see anything.
It was
I couldn't help
blue.
her.
Really? Did you try, Rebecca?
Well, it was too late. She was just flapping about in the water. It was pathetic. She was making these gurgling sounds.
And what did you do?
I got a big stick. I just pushed her down with it until she stopped. Well, she was dead anyway. What did it matter?
You killed her, Rebecca.
But she slept with my husband.
She didn't, Rebecca.
What do you mean?
You got the wrong girl.
Who? Emma. It was Emma.
Rebecca Rand, I am arresting you for the murder of Kate Vine. You do not have to say anything, but anything you do say may be taken down and will be used in evidence against you. Do you understand?
Yes.
Also, now it's illegal to push somebody down under the water with a big
appears that
stick
Kate
until they
Vine's
die.
death was a tragic case of mistaken identity. But there are some loose threads here. What was Ryan doing with Kyle and that girl in the woods? What if I hadn't interrupted? And what really happened to Liam last year? It seems I've only scratched the surface of Atlas and the Rand business empire. Trying to find out about Paul Rand's past is like peering into dense fog. He gives nothing away and covers his tracks with military efficiency. However, what is known is that Paul Rand has a lot of connections in high places. Politicians, celebrities, business leaders. Perhaps James Wilson's ideas weren't too wide of the mark after all. I get the feeling there's still a lot more to learn about the Rand business empire.
You're gonna have to excuse us. Atlas is closed for the moment, but we'll be open again very soon. Thank you for your interest.
Is there anything worse than, like, sequel bait when you are playing it many years after it came out and know there's no sequel? Of course, Ana Rosa de Azaguirre Butler, Emma Bowman. You remember her. And Chris Jackson, of course, in his pivotal turn as the Woods Drunk. I will say, I do think the ending was real bad. It did almost like, well, I don't want to say what I was going to say because it's kind of like it's a spoiler for a different game. But they did something that another game did where they built up a more interesting story and then at the end we're like, all that stuff that you were getting invested in with the occult and etc., etc. Nah. Don't worry about that too much. She was just sleeping with her husband. The whole mystery literally hinged on the tape. You're telling... Dude, that's the thing. You never know. The littlest details can break it wide open. They ran out of money during production. I mean, it's a pretty good effort considering that. I really thought that was going to be like a post-credit stinger, but instead it was just them high-fiving. Oh no, did one of the actors die working on it? In which case... I take back all the criticism I had of it. Chance of playing Shibuya 428, 0. Go to Atlas, please. I hear that game is absurdly long. Village power rankings now. What? Just want to... What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was saying. Cat, you can't lay on my hand. Oh, I heard Shibuya was like 30 hours long, but oh, power rankings. Well, it turns out like James was right. So I think James has got to be very high. Following that, let me think. Simon, oh yeah, Drunk Man in the Woods is actually number 1. I agree. Emma is like 1 above the bottom. Paul is definitely at the bottom. Ryan is 1 ahead of Paul. Emma's 1 ahead of Ryan. I think it goes, the top is like Woods, well, Kyle maybe is the worst actually, but let's start. Woods drunk. James. Lisa. Simon. Now we've crossed the middle point here. Weirdly enough, I'm like, Rebecca is over Ryan, Kyle, Emma, and Paul. But why did Simon run? Well, that's we gotta wait for the sequel. You may disagree with my power rankings, but that's because you would be wrong. I mean, of course, Jenks was, he's up there. Oh, Ruka, why? He's such a baby, like...